All right. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. Welcome to this regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach. We'll call this meeting to order. If you have an electronic device, if you could please make sure that that's on silent or vibrate, that would be fantastic. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, but first we'll have an invocation from Pastor David Faldine from the Sunrise City Church. Pastor, thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening just acknowledging that you are holy, you are righteous, you are sovereign, you're truly in control, and that is great hope for us in moments like we are in right now in this world with conflict happening all around us. We're grateful for Jesus, our mediator, truly the resurrection and the life, who's extending life to people even to this day, and the very reason we are able to talk to you. Lord, we're grateful for our military, who right now are continuing to put it all on the line for the freedoms that we continue to enjoy in this country. Would you be with them? Would you bless them? Would you keep them safe? Would you protect them? God, we're grateful for our city leaders who do such an amazing job leading our city, Lord. They have been bringing some much needed change to our city, and it's been amazing to be a part. We pray that you would bless them for their willingness to lead in the ways that they do. Lord, we need you, and they need you tonight. We need your wisdom, and we need your discernment. Would you please give it to us? You promise that it's there for the taking, and we are asking that you would please give us wisdom and guide us. God, we love you. You are an amazing Father, and we are looking to you even right now. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we get approval of the agenda, I do want to move one item, item 13.2, the Housing Authority item, which reads authorization to subordinate restrictive covenants from Bayside Breeze Development Agreement, et cetera, et cetera. I want to move that item directly after the approval of the agenda, as I know those folks are here and they do have an attorney who is Zoomed or Skyped in with us as well, and I know that can't be cheap. So we don't want to do this all night long with that. So council, if you would please.
Move to approve with the update.
Second. Have a motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve the agenda with the one change. Any additional comments, council? Please vote. All right, that motion does carry 6-0, which brings us on to the one moved item, which is under Ordinances, second reading, item 13.2, authorization to subordinate restrictive covenants from Bayside Breeze Development Agreement to the Rental Assistance Demonstration, or RAD, use agreement required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Mr. Frasetti.
Thank you. Chris Frasetti, Chair Management Director. This is an item that we worked on with some firms as well. Gail is here from the Housing Authority as well as representatives. So it's an item that came up here just recently. As you may recall, back over the last year and a few months ago, the council worked on and the council approved a major development order for the Bay Breeze project, the 100-unit senior living facility at the Housing Authority property. And on April 22nd, the council approved on second reading the development agreement in accordance with the requirements of workforce housing funding to be able to get a portion of that workforce housing funding. Within that, part of that agreement was the restrictive covenants that require a minimum of 30 of the units to remain workforce housing for a period of 15 years. The restrictive covenants were recorded and we moved on. And then recently here, in the last week or two, we were contacted by Ms. Winters, their attorney, contacted Mr. Burns, saying that basically through that process in their funding and trying to close with the title company, they were alerted that there was some changes needed to the legal description that was contained within the development agreement. And then after that, so we started kind of trying to figure out that process, figure out how we were going to navigate that, because they were up against the clock. They had to have a deadline fast approaching here to be able to close on their funding to get that project moving, and were worried that they were at risk of losing their funding because of this issue. So my team, Mr. Burns, worked with their team well over the last week or so, and so came up with a solution that we have here tonight, which is an agreement to subordinate the restrictive covenants for this RAD use agreement In addition to that, we were also notified that, well, there's two parts, that the legal description had to be changed in the development agreement, but then also that the restrictive covenants placed on the property needed to be subordinated to HUD for their rental assistance demonstration use agreement, that RAD use agreement. So what we have here is an agreement that's been worked between Mr. Burns and Ms. Winters and their side to have an agreement that this is kind of the first step, is an agreement here to subordinate the restricted covenants that that staff is good with. We have no issue with these requests as presented. But then also this will satisfy their deadline they have to close on their funding. But then we also will still need to bring back an amendment to the development agreement, which will come up at upcoming meetings here in the next couple months, to go ahead and get that process formally done, so that everything is good and cleared up with HUD. They're happy, and we're happy, and everybody's happy. So we do have this agreement. I did have one note that we did receive. There was a minor change in this subordination agreement that we did receive from Ms. Winters yesterday afternoon, which was just a minor change in the language on the legal description, yet again required on their side, that they were notified of yesterday. Doesn't change any of the terms or anything affecting our covenants or agreement, but we'll turn over if Mr. Burns has anything more to add, because I know he did the bulk of the work with them on it.
Well, the language Chris is bringing up was just basically, I wouldn't quite call it scrivener's error with the title company, but they just put the work together with, towards the bottom of the legal description. They actually had everything else correct. So that's the only change in the version that was in your agenda packet, and the version that will actually sign tonight if it gets approved. It's not anything that was substantive, but kind of taking a step back and explaining it a little bit differently. This agreement is what needs to be approved of tonight so they can close on their financing. We'll be bringing back to you in August amendments to the development agreement, which do change the legal description slightly. Like, you'll still have to approve of those at that point in time to decide if y'all actually want to distribute the money at that point in time. But they're willing to take that risk right now, and but they do need this executed here tonight, because HUD requires the city to subordinate its rights under the workforce housing agreement and the covenants to HUD's rights. But really they're parallel, because HUD requires actually more stringent requirements for the most part. The biggest difference though being, I believe they only apply to 24 units. I think HUD only requires 24 low income. The city requires 30 workforce housing units, but that won't actually impact the city at all, because the development will still have to provide 30 workforce housing units, or they'll be in breach of the city's agreement. The only time, and it's highly unlikely it would ever jeopardize the city's workforce housing agreement, would be if for some reason HUD had to foreclose on the property, which probably won't happen. But so that is the slight risk to this. Ms. Winters, their attorney, might be able to give you a little bit more detail, but for the most part, this does need to get agreed to one way or the other, but preferably tonight, so they can get their financing done. They'll come back in August. We'll amend the development agreement, and hopefully they can go vertical at that point in time. So.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the council for Mr. Presetti, Ms. Winters, Mr. Burns, Ms. Sansbury, or anyone else? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, do you have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I approve for the mayor to execute an agreement to subordinate the restrictive covenants created in the Bayside Breeze development agreement to the rental assistance demonstration use agreement.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry, to have me execute an agreement to subordinate the restrictive covenants created in the Bayside Breeze development agreement to the rental assistance demonstration use agreement. Any additional comments?
Yeah, I understand we're under a little bit of a timeline here, so thanks staff and Jason and Jeff for getting this done in a timely manner so that we could continue the project.
Thank you all for working together to make this happen.
Anyone else? Council, please vote. The motion does pass 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Winters, for being here. Thank you, Ms. Sansbury, and others. That moves us on to item 5, proclamations. We We first would like to recognize our wonderful police chief, Chief Paige. If you could just kind of step on up here to the front, show yourself to the crowd. You're certainly welcome to bring your wife up unless she would like to take photos of you. It's totally up to y'all. We want to recognize Chief Paige. We're proud to recognize him every day, but we're going to recognize him formally today. He's served as the chief of police here in the city of Fort Walton Beach since 2019 with unwavering dedication and integrity. Before joining our city, he spent 20 years with the North Miami Police Department, beginning his career back in 1999. Under his leadership, our police department has regained its accreditation and established both a traffic safety unit and a community policing unit, reinforcing our commitment to safety and connection with the community. Chief Paige is more than a leader in law enforcement. He's a familiar face at community events, often seen walking or riding his bike in uniform during parades and local rides. He's deeply engaged not only in our city, but also across the state, serving on various boards and councils, and now being elected president of the Florida Police Chiefs Association, a tremendous honor that reflects the high regard that his peers have for him. Above all, Chief Paige is a devoted family man. He and his wife Helen have 4 children, and he's active in supporting their school and community activities. We want to thank him for his service, his leadership, and the example that he sets both on and off duty. Please join me in congratulating Chief Paige and recognizing today as Chief Robert Paige Day in the city of Fort Walton Beach. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, no words? From you?
He's gonna give about 6 speeches later tonight, so we'll get to hear plenty from him.
Congrats, Chief.
All right, that moves us on to item 6, which is presentations. We do have one small change in there, as Mr. Ted Corcoran of the Greater Fort Walton Beach Chamber of Commerce and his quarterly report has been postponed to the August 12th meeting, but we still do have Ms. Kathy from the Emerald Coast Fitness Foundation Incorporated for the quarterly report. Good evening. Thanks for being here.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Kathy Heapy. I'm honored to stand before you as a representative of one of the city's nonprofit grant recipients, the Emerald Coast Fitness Foundation. In this year, 2025, we celebrate 10 years since we started the ECFF in response to the bankruptcy of the YMCA and the desperate need to reopen the swimming pools so that the swim teams could exist. Now, 10 years later, our teams are thriving. Hundreds of children and adults are learning to swim. Hundreds of senior citizens are exercising and socializing. And hundreds of local citizens are exercising, training, rehabilitating, and enhancing their lives here in Fort Walton Beach. We also provide an opportunity for visitors to maintain their swim training regimen while they're visiting Fort Walton Beach. That includes snowbirds, families of swim team swimmers, and military personnel here on temporary duty. Several of our snowbirds say that they continue to come to Fort Walton Beach because they can come to the Bernie and swim. If they couldn't do that, they would go and stay elsewhere. With the combined efforts of volunteer leadership, a mission-focused staff, loyal, grateful patrons, generous business sponsors and donors, and a supportive local government, we have grown the foundation into a successful nonprofit with $1 million per year budget and, in true nonprofit fashion, $995,000 in expenses. So we are not making a lot of money, but we are covering our expenses. Since December of 2015, we have operated the Bernie R. Lefebvre Aquatic Center, which is the old YMCA pool and is located in the back of the new Liza Jackson Prep School. It's open to the public and accessible from Lewis Turner Boulevard. In March, we received a call from the Arc of the Emerald Coast, asking if we would be interested in operating their pool at 341 Holmes Boulevard in the same manner as we operate the Bernie. Our answer was a wholehearted yes. That pool was built in 2017, and it's smaller and more shallow. It has a handicap ramp and handicap lift chair. It is fantastic for providing water safety lessons and activity for our many patrons with special needs. It is also wonderful for pool parties, private swim lessons, aquasize, and special partner programs like your summer rec program, which is able to walk the kids from the rec center to the pool to enjoy safe, fun water time this summer when the weather cooperates. So, what are we doing with your grant contribution? There are several answers to that question. As you can see by the pool schedules in front of you, brightly colored, can't miss them, we are operating 7 days a week to provide pool time for the many various needs of our citizens. And that's why there are the color blocks and the time blocks. You will also notice the fonts, the print. If the color of the font is black, that's a program that's run by the foundation. If the font is white, that is an outside organization that is renting the pool. Okay, like swim teams, for instance. At the Bernie, we are providing pool time for all of the Fort Walton area middle school swim teams. That's Bruner, Pryor, Meggs, and Liza Jackson. And the high school teams, Choctawhatchee and Fort Walton Beach. The Viking boys finished 3rd overall at the 2A state championships this past season, and their coach, Will Breel, was named Coach of the Year. Choctaw boys 200 medley relay finished 3rd at 3A state, and several swimmers from both schools came home with best times, school records, and medals. Our in-house lifeguard instructor has conducted classes and certified or recertified 50 lifeguards this year. We have taught more than 3,000 swim lessons to parents with infants, all ages of children and adults. Every person that we can teach to comfortably put their face in the water and also then to float on their back and has the ability to resist panic and save their own life. In short, we are saving lives, lots of them. We have operated with fiscal responsibility and kept our financial position in the black every year. In May, we hosted Olympic gold medalist Cody Miller for a swim clinic and our ECFF fundraiser. Cody stayed in a condo on Okaloosa Island and started Saturday morning with a visit to the beach and an early swim and a post to his 153,000 Instagram followers showing how beautiful our Fort Walton Beach is. We received a large donation from Eglin Federal Credit Union that was designated for specific purposes to improve our facility. We got a new pool heater and new handicap chair lifts. And we are currently working on the big one, which is a construction of a separate bathroom changing room for families and handicapped persons, which will solve several dilemmas that occur when strictly male and strictly female locker rooms are not suitable. Now that we have had the Bernie open for 10 years, the health department prescribes that the pool must be resurfaced, and that has been estimated at about $75,000. So this year's grant will certainly be used to help with that project, which in turn enables us to keep doing all the wonderful things we do and the city council to keep offering a pool to your citizens for $25,000 a year, which is the best bargain going. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Heapy. Anyone with questions? Councilman Schmidt.
Last time you presented, you mentioned the gold medalist was interested in moving here. Any leads on that?
No, not yet.
Okay, because that would be awesome to have in our community, a gold medalist that values this. And also, too, I just want to highlight the different programs, specifically at the ARC. They're finishing up the gym and swim program. So it's literally of all ages, and all these colors look like a normal spreadsheet that has a lot of moving parts, and y'all have a lot of awesome moving parts. So thank you what you do for our community.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else with questions or comments? Mr. Walker?
You had mentioned early on there about our taxpayers' money, the $25,000, and you mentioned about it's not designated. It goes into the general fund. Is that enough to? It's not a specific. Like Eglin, you said it was going for specific.
Designated, correct.
Ours goes in. Taxpayers' money goes into a general fund, and you spend it as needed.
As needed, which is probably largely on payroll. I'll be honest with you.
Right. Not a specific expenditure each year. Gotcha.
But every bit helps when we're netting, $5,000 a year at $25,000 is a big help.
And you mentioned, our citizens using it. I mean, I haven't, citizens, if they want to be a member, they still have to pay to be a member.
They still have to pay. If you look on the back of those schedules,
Right.
are the fee payment schedules, which are extremely reasonable.
And it's the same for a city resident as
Yes.
it is a county resident?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Berry.
I can speak, I'm there every day. Early in the morning, late at night. I started that when I was working at the hospital before a hectic schedule, and especially if it was really, really hectic, I was back over there swimming again. And it's not only the residents, the people that come down, the visitors are there. We're the only, when I say we're, because I take ownership because I'm there all the time. We're the only indoor pool. The north end of the county, they tried to get together to build it, and it failed. You were on the steering committee with that. We couldn't. And we are busy. We are busy there from 5 in the morning till late at night. And I can't say enough for the lifeguards. And these babies, they're not even a year old. They're swimming, and they're teaching riptide. We just lost.
Recurrent safety.
Yes.
Yes, that's part of our pool swimming lesson program.
Yes.
We do safety days and we teach about recurrent safety.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Mr. Jeter.
Yeah, I would just like to echo what Councilmember Schmidt and DeBerry said. Thank you for all that you do, teaching kids to float on their back, their riptide safety, but also thank you for what you and your entire family does for the community, because I know you do more than just help out with pools. So thank you for coming here tonight and explaining to our taxpayers where their money's going and how great it's being used. So thank you.
You are welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Epe.
Thank you.
Sincerely appreciate you being here. That moves us on to another quarterly report, this time from One Okaloosa Economic Development Council, or known as the EDC. Nathan Sparks.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Nathan Sparks, One Okaloosa Economic Development Council. Always a pleasure to be before you. Thanks for the invitation to be here this evening. If I could, I have a document that I would like to pass around to supplement my comments. So you obviously have a very comprehensive memo detailing our activities at One Okaloosa EDC over the past almost 6 months now, the first half of 2025. And so I'll really allow that memo to speak for itself. I did want to hit a couple of other items that I think are important for you all as investors in One Okaloosa EDC to know and understand. So the first of those is pertains to the document that I just passed out. So I think you all, many of you are aware that we have several organizations that we have the honor of operating under the One Okaloosa EDC umbrella. And one of those organizations is the Defense Support Initiatives, which has been around since the mid-90s. It was established back in the day when we were really gearing up for BRAC-proofing our military installations. And so we stood up DSI with the encouragement of our military partners and some of our county and city fathers, really is a proactive organization designed to advocate for those vital military missions. You all know that here in our community, the military impact, economic impact that is close to $10 billion a year, with more than 70,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, tied to those military missions. So we see ourselves, and I know you all feel the same way, we see ourselves as being stewards of those missions. We want to serve those who serve us. And so that's what DSI's mission is. And so the document that you have before you is really geared toward advocating to decision makers in DC about the importance of our military missions and their various priorities. So this year, we sent a delegation up to DC and met with congressional leaders, met with leaders at the Pentagon about those priorities. That was the first week of April. And this document was used to assist with those conversations. In total, we had about $300 million worth of asks for the military in this upcoming National Defense Authorization Act. Our history is pretty good. If you look at the past 5 years, DSI has had a direct hand in helping facilitate close to $400 million, $361 million to be precise, for military construction projects and other key priorities that our military bases, both Eglin and Hurlburn and all the missions therein, have articulated are important to their future growth and their future sustainment. So we're cautiously optimistic that we will continue to have that level of success, but this document goes into great depth, and I would encourage you at your leisure to spend some time with it. It was developed in concert with our military leaders. We have liaisons who develop this list, working very closely with our commanders throughout Okaloosa County to make certain that we're advocating for the things that will truly move the needle with helping them do their jobs on behalf of us. I'll also share with you that our unemployment rate continues to be very favorable, if you consider low unemployment to be favorable. So as of May, which is the latest data that we have, our unemployment rate in Okaloosa County is 3.3%. We are lower than the state average of 3.5%. We are tied for the 5th lowest among Florida's 67 counties. So that is something to be mindful of. And certainly we are seeing a little bit of an uptick in job loss throughout the state, but thankfully our community continues to be very resilient. And obviously there's summer hiring that helps with that, but we believe that we're going to continue to be solid, and I'll touch on more reasons for that optimism in just a minute. Okaloosa sites. For those that don't know it, I know we have a couple of new members of council, and it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to come before you all for the first time. One thing that I'd like to remind you all of is that we have a tool that is for use by any of you and any of your constituents. It's called Okaloosa Sites, okaloosa-sites.com. It is a commercial and industrial properties database that we operate out of One Okaloosa EDC. In partnership with the Emerald Coast Association of Realtors. And it's actually far more than just a database of available properties. In addition to properties, and right now you have 90 buildings in the city of Fort Walton Beach, both commercial and industrial, that are listed on Okaloosa Sites. You also have 14 development-ready sites listed on Okaloosa Sites. So those sites are obviously there for the world to view, wherever they may be searching for property in our area. But in addition to that, while that's important, your constituents have the ability to go on and slice and dice data however they choose. So there are demographics reports. You can run a report on the city of Fort Walton Beach. You can drop a pin at any location in the city and see various socioeconomic characteristics within that radius, whether it's 5 miles or 10 miles. That's very helpful to retailers who may be considering opening up a new retail operation, and they want to know what average household spends on food or furniture or shoes or whatever it is that they plan to sell. So that is a tool that we have heard great feedback on, and again, just a reminder that it's out there at okaloosa-sites.com. Right now, in terms of project activity, we have 39 active projects. These are companies that are in various levels of analysis, reviewing our community, communities within Okaloosa County for potential expansion, relocation, or growth in some form or fashion. And I'm really proud of the fact that we have a diversified pipeline. While it's heavily weighted, as you would expect, in manufacturing and defense and aerospace, we have projects right now in healthcare. I had a call earlier today with the healthcare business. We hosted a company actually here in the city on Monday that is looking to expand in the city, and just a very robust pipeline right now. So all things considered, we're very optimistic about the future. And if you didn't catch it, we had a tremendous announcement. While it's not in the city, it resonates throughout Northwest Florida. Back on May 29th, Governor DeSantis issued a press release in partnership with us, announcing that the largest economic development deal to ever locate in Northwest Florida is coming to Okaloosa County. And that project, as you know, is Williams International, which is a turbine engine manufacturer, family-owned business out of Michigan, good old American manufacturing, that has made the decision to invest $1,040,819,000 right here in our community. They're going to be building a 1 million square foot facility in 250,000 square foot increments at the Shoal River Ranch gigasite. They're essentially leasing 110 acres more or less from the county. They'll be building those facilities starting very soon. They hope to be at 30% design by the end of the month, and then ultimately breaking ground on vertical construction in October and having that first 250,000 square feet out of the ground, very aggressive schedule, by December of next year. So fast-moving project. We competed with communities and states all around this country, and I'm very proud of how Team Florida, including our community and including certainly Governor DeSantis and our leadership at the state, stepped up to make this happen on behalf of our great community and our great state. So it's truly a validation for the fact that truly anyone that has a desire can be accommodated in our county, and we look forward to accommodating many of those businesses right here in the city of Fort Walton Beach. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Sparks?
I'm sure it's comprehensive, but what were some of those hooks that competitive negotiation phase of getting that kind of investor to come to Northwest Florida? What were some of the factors?
Well, keep in mind, we started on this one, sir, 2 years ago and a couple of months, so it's been a long process. And like any process of this complexity, there were lots of challenges along the way, but ultimately we recognized that we had common ground in that this company wanted to be in an area where they had assurances that they could grow, not just with this initial project, but well into the future. They've been around since 1955. And their last investment in a new facility, in a new community, was in the 70s. So they wanted to know that they were coming to a place that could get things done and ensure that they were going to have a framework to work with, not just for the next 10 years, but for the next 30, 40, 50 years. And so they told me directly that was the sense they got from us very early on, that this community was an accessible community that could be their partner in their growth. We had a site that could allow them to ultimately grow over time, not just with this initial 1 million square feet. The county has also agreed to option them an additional 110 acres at the Shore River Ranch site. So that was obviously something that they didn't find everywhere. And so it was really the spirit of innovation and the spirit of partnership that they saw in our community. Then, of course, the workforce. They really honed in on the fact, and I know we have veterans on the dais here, they really honed in on the fact that we have an opportunity to connect them to our separating military talent, many of whom we know would love to remain in the local area for the right job opportunity. Many of them have remained in the local area. So that is something that resonated, and the fact that we had partners like Mel Ponder at Northwest Florida State College and numerous others in the educational arena who are ready to roll up their sleeves and do what's necessary to accommodate a world-class company that really had their pick of the litter when it came to options.
That's good. That's good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Questions for Mr. Sparks? Seeing none, thank you for being here, sir. Wonderful update. We move on now to a quality of life presentation from Chief Paige.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have Troy Williams here with me too. We were asked at the last council meeting to come present on the quality of life initiatives and some of the accomplishments that Troy has had so far. So we have a brief presentation. That is it.
That was great. That was great.
Thank you for your time, and we'll see you later. So this is the community crime prevention and code compliance. You can go to the next slide, Kim, unless there's a clicker up here. So we call it the Quad C. You've heard the Quad C name given out probably several times. The Quad C is a community crime prevention and code compliance. That is a position that Troy Williams took over for us in the police department. And you can see some of the major accomplishments that he's had since March of 2025 when he first came on with the police department. And I'm going to turn it over to Troy to talk a little bit about the actual accomplishments. But if you go to the next slide, Kim. His main objective within the police department was to increase collaboration between the police department and code enforcement. There was connection of resources. Sometimes there was missing pieces in the puzzle. And we wanted to ensure that we had a safe and secure neighborhood for all the residents. And I'll turn it over to Troy to talk about the individual properties.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank Chief Paige for the opportunity to work for the city of Fort Walton. It's an honor to be here, and I think I bring a little bit of different experience and different venues, so happy to be here. If you go to the next slide, please. 15 Elm. We've had several police calls there. They definitely had some code issues. We are starting with one of the properties that, while they made some initial efforts to get it cleaned up, they are falling behind, and it is scheduled for a special magistrate hearing in July. Part of the job when I got here was trying to get some collaboration of resources, and this isn't Troy Williams or just the police department working on these things. It's collectively, it's code enforcement. We've had the sheriff's department's helped us out on a couple sites, FWC. So again, we talk about collaboration. This is really a team effort. Next slide, please. 20 Windermere. This one in particular really got me. This is backs up to Choctaw High School. One of the neighbors said that they had a lot of people coming and going from this resident. Typically call this like a flop house. One of the people had approached their kid about drugs, and so it was kind of a big deal. And so here, the Sheriff's Department SWAT team served a narcotics warrant in the house. We were able to get involved, and again, because code can only access so much of it, but with police on site, we were able to take a little more look into it. As you can see, the property in the backyard was horrendous. They had people living back there. The front yard was not really any better, and it's actually changed ownership, and they were taking out dumpsters full of garbage. So it is making great progress. It's almost where it needs to be, and is not currently scheduled for a hearing. Next slide, please. Bless you. 33 Laurier Court. This one, again, another flop house, a lot of code violations, a little bit of a stench coming from the property. We had difficulty, or at least the original owner could not be located. We were able to eventually find him. I think we want to say living in Oregon or Seattle somewhere. Anyways, he's in town. He's working to clean the property up, so it is making progress. We're probably 60% there where we need to be with this property. He's talked about how he's got an RV, but he's staying on property. But people have come up and looking for the people that used to stay there, and so he's shooed them on their way. And when he's needed us, he's called us. But again, it's where it's needed to go. So next slide, please. 111 London. This is one of the first properties I got involved with. Part of my training when I got here is to ride with patrol officers to get a sense of how they do things. And within, I don't know, a day of being here, there was a disturbance at this house. And yeah, this is a property that I had FWC come out and help because they had a protected duck that they were keeping as a pet. But the owner is, it's two owners, husband and ex-wife. He's currently incarcerated and not getting out anytime soon. And she has probably put in over $8,000 to getting that property cleaned up. And we have not had any issues there going forward. Next slide, please. 316 Oakland Circle. Again, this is another assistance with the Sheriff's Department and a search warrant. Some trash and debris in the backyard, some fence issues, and again, it's on its way where it needs to be. It's got a permit to get a new fence, and so we're happy with the progress. Next slide, please. 329 Eglin Parkway. I'm sure you're all familiar with this. This was an abandoned building, just sitting there and graffitied all up. The chief tasked me with trying to find the owner and getting it cleaned up. I was able to do that. Older gentleman that lives in Phoenix Springs, Mr. Cox, and worked with him to get this done. And he got some help out there and got it cleaned up, and it looks a lot better now. Next slide, please. Lake Earl, I know there was some recent email traffic about some, maybe illegal vessels out there, derelict vessels. I'm going out with FWC in the morning, and we're going to take a look at some of these. While we're talking about it, I know pontoons might be an issue that we need to be looking at. Some of these things, unless we can make approaches from the water, are sometimes difficult to prove. When I was in Destin, worked for Code in Destin, the code department had a boat that we were able to utilize. So, we will reach out when we need those resources if we don't have something, but just know that it's going to get addressed. Next slide, please.
Hang on 1 second. Let him finish, and then we'll get. Yep, and then we'll pop right back into it.
Parking tickets. Working on revamping the city's parking ticket structure. There was kind of different processes for them, and speaking with Chief Beige, we'd like to be able to just issue a citation that goes to Okaloosa County Court, and it's a one-stop shop. And so met with them, got what they need, and we're working on I'm waiting on a draft of what the ticket will look like that we'll start issuing out. Trespassing warnings, again, that's something we're still working on. If it's a business wants people trespassed, or a homeowner, or a vacant house needs to be trespassed, we'll get the paperwork for them, have them sign it, and post a sign in the yard. I know this was mentioned earlier, and this is kind of off the cuff, but the C-Click Fix, Chief has asked me to kind of monitor that and take that over, so any crime, graffiti, or those types of things, I know there was some concern about maybe reporting it and it wasn't happening. I can assure you going forward, if somebody makes a complaint through C-Click-Fix, we will take care of it. Next slide, please.
So we had a quality of life presentation probably about 18 months ago, and we talked about having a dedicated person. That's what Troy is. We have an officer that was previously dedicated to quality of life issues. We had talked about signage. So we have at all the parks, you've probably seen the signs that were put up with the park rules, the name of the park, and who to call if there's an issue at the park. The other thing that we've put out, and some of them have been taken down, knocked down, that we have to get some back out, is the "It's okay to say no" signs. So you'll see those both on Beale, Perry, and Eglin. So those were put out, and in the previous council meetings and with the previous council, we did rewrite chapter 7, 9, and 11 to focus a little bit more on the quality of life issues. And probably the biggest thing that came out of there was the dangerous use of public right-of-way. That's where the people that are holding the signs can hold the signs, but when they interfere with traffic, they step out in traffic, they're violating our city code. And that's really probably the biggest thing that we've done to really clean up Perry and 98 and other places as a dangerous intersection. I don't know if there is a final slide. So the final slide is, and it came up in the CRA meeting a little bit, these were some of the leftovers that we talked about 18 months ago. There is a prohibition for social services in certain overlay districts. Holly Hill has a code that we copied from right there as an example that we talked about 18 months ago. I know that has been pending. Orlando talks about feeding in public in their city code, and that was something that was discussed 18 months ago. Miami-Dade has in their code about drinking in front of convenience stores or other places and signage that has to be put up. Melbourne takes our dangerous intersection to the next level, where not only do they cite the person approaching the car, they also cite the driver of the car, so both people get cited in that situation. And the final one, which we already addressed here in Fort Walton Beach, was the zoning for the mass transit and the Greyhound station at the Shell station, which will be phased out. So that one has already been accomplished. I think then, I know I got the proclamation, the mayor said I would speak a word about it, so I'll speak my word about it right now.
Please do.
When I came 6.5 years ago, I came here because I believed the city of Fort Walton Beach had a future. I stay here because I believe the city of Fort Walton Beach has a future. And I think the things that we were doing every single day causes us to go further down that road. And we are in a great place, and I think we are just getting better here in the city of Fort Walton Beach. And everything that we do, from community policing, quality of life, or everything that was written on that proclamation, would not have been made possible without the support of the community, the city council, and all the colleagues that I have at the Fort Walton Beach Police Department. So that proclamation should really read the city of Fort Walton Beach and not my name on it. So I thank you for that, and I open it up for any questions.
Thank you, and we'll get to questions in just a moment. I do want to also commend you. Chief Paige gave an incredible, absolutely incredible speech to a very large room full of Florida police chiefs in a very nice hotel.
Also during the Panthers game.
Just absolutely, and also during the Florida Panthers Stanley Cup clinching game, which many of the police chiefs in the room were very, very interested in. And he reminded them several times, I can see you looking at your phones, checking the scores. I'm almost done. But his speech was absolutely fantastic, very impressive, and very well done. We'll go to Schmidt and then Jeter.
Those ordinances that the last couple slides that were brought up, like you mentioned, around 18 months ago, could we do anything with those if that SB 180 passes?
Looking at that, I was thinking what you were thinking probably. The middle three looked like possibilities. One that was on the very left that said Holly Hill, that looked like a land use ordinance. So I would probably say reflexively no to that one, but the middle three looked like definite possibilities.
Because I know there's probably a lot of bandwidth to go different ways and find different ordinances that can help support staff, but it goes back to, like you mentioned during our CRA meeting, whatever we can do to help get those ordinances to the table, of course, with any legal, with this bill that's probably going to be signed. But let us know what we can do to help support that.
And we just brought those up to keep them in the spirit of consciousness, because we know as there's workshops coming up, comprehensive plan that's coming up, and other things, we just wanted to throw those out there so they can be gnawed on by the city council.
And that's why I'm pitching it back out there, so that we can keep that rolling on whatever we can legally do. And with that legislative session coming up in October, whatever the next chess piece is that we got to do to lobby for getting legislation where we can plan. For the last 10 years, so much taxpayers' dollars has been into planning a downtown master plan to try to create an environment that we want to attract people to be the cleanest city in the world, that bill is going to crush any kind of planning or any kind of ordinances that you presented, and I just want to keep that in the atmosphere as we go through this budget year. So thank you.
And Councilman, I cut you off earlier. I think you were going to ask Mr. Williams about the Lake Earl.
Yeah, Lake Earl. Yeah, what is currently scheduled for any reoccurring, not just FWC, but Marine unit with the Sheriff's Office?
I currently don't have a standard schedule with the Sheriff's Department right now, but I certainly, seeing what we'll, going forward, what we'll need as far as vessel usage, we'll reach out to whoever we need to. We don't have a vessel, so if we need something, we'll reach out for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Councilman Smith, we did previously, and it was brought up, we did a 45-day pilot with them. So we did go out twice a week for about 6 weeks with them, but that was in the off season. Right now it's the Super Bowl out there, so they're really drawn to our east, to Crab Island, the Pass, everywhere else. So it's a little bit harder to get their resources now during season. It took us about a week and a half to get FWC to schedule a time with us to go out to Lake Earl. So we try to go out as best we can, and we can work with the Sheriff's Office and FWC to see if we could possibly get maybe once a week or once every other week, just a standing trip with them.
Awesome. Yeah, reoccurring visit with the Sheriff's Office I think would be helpful, especially during the budget process. So, thank you.
Councilman Jeter.
Great presentation, and thank you. And the 18 months out there jumped out at me because we have been talking about this for 18 months. We've tried some different avenues. We've tried some other personnel. I really do think we're still in the honeymoon phase, but we got it right this time. To see someone boots on the ground out there identifying these properties, I really do think there was a lot. It's not low-hanging fruit. There was just a middle section of fruit that kind of fell below police department and was a little too tough for code to do. And when you're visiting these properties with code, with the ability to flash a badge, I think it just takes the level a little bit higher. So I can't say thank you enough. Hope we continue to do it. We saw some options. I think we can do the middle three. What are some other things that we can do up here, or if there is anything that you can think of, or let Mr. Davis know going forward, what else can we do to help propel this program forward as fast as possible? I know you talked about See, Click, Fix. Getting involved in that. I know we've got some other options. Go ahead.
I think our imagination is our limitation. And I'm not just saying it's a standard, but the Chief Paige is, imagination and thinking, hey, how can I make this position what you all want it to be? And so getting the right person, someone with experience in these kinds of things, 26 years in policing for Destin Code, and bridging that gap between what code can legally do and what the police department can legally do, and then having them both work together, I think is, the step in the right direction. So I keep thinking about it.
And I love how humble you both are, passing it out to the team and giving credit where credit's due, but it's a large...
Sits in a unique position by having that law enforcement experience and the code experience, so we can blend the two together. And going in the future, I don't know when we'll actually announce it or not, but we are looking at possibly some other restructuring to probably even dig down deeper into that synergy between police and code.
And back to the boat, I love how we shared, because we brought that up a year ago, sharing, whether it's a pontoon, sharing with the sheriffs, but now that we've done the pilot program and we've seen instances like Lake Earl and other places where this could happen, is it still available regardless of the boat or the size? Even if we get a small, simple boat that could do a few things here and there, the TDC is willing to fund public safety measures at least 6 months out of the year for our personnel to staff the boat, correct?
Correct. That's been the standing offer they made to us in the past. If that offer still stands or not, I wouldn't know going forward, but that is a past offer.
Yeah. Well, we could reach back out and make sure that offer still stands. That would be very beneficial. 6 months of personnel.
Councilwoman DeBerry.
I have two questions. Do we still have a police code enforcement person? That's what because I knew we had one before and then we didn't have one. Because I really appreciate you even educating the people. If you have too much garbage for one garbage can, you can go down and get another garbage can. You'll have to pay for it, but at least thank you for that. And then also, didn't I see a police water vessel in the parade, the Billy Bull Lakes parade? The kids were inside there.
There was a pirate ship. I mean, there was various boats, so there were boat vendors that came to the parade. So yes, there was the marina across the bridge. I think
had a boat in there. So there's different boats that were in the parade, but I don't know if there was an actually law enforcement.
Well, there's a black, the kids were in there, but I didn't know if it was active or what, but they said it was a water vessel. Yeah. So I was asking the question. The kids were riding in.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Anyone else first time? Questions, comments? Councilman Schmidt.
Real quick, while we're doing public thank yous, and again, I appreciate your thank you and you being here, but also want to thank this board, you know, as well as previous Councilmember Smith during the last couple budget cycles to work with staff to create this Quad C position to do these things. So I know I'm big on reoccurring scheduling. Looking forward to reoccurring scheduling these type of presentations on continuing to highlight and value what that Quad C is doing to try to point back to that strategic plan, because like you said, of how the job was created was to point towards our strategic plan of public safety and making this the cleanest place where we want kids, grandkids, nephews, great-grandkids to want to come and play and work. So looking forward to the continuous improvement, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Jeter.
You're probably already doing this, but do you have some type of plan, or we talked about it earlier in the CRA district where we were focusing on a specific region. I feel like about a year or two ago, Frizzetti and his team had talked about how they did a sweep in a certain neighborhood where you were big on educate, encourage, and enforce. Is that still in the works, or are we just driving the whole community every day? Or are we kind of doing like a sweep from this neighborhood to that neighborhood?
So what we did, and Lieutenant Williams kind of alluded to it, we took, they talked about in the CRA meeting, we got some of the worst properties first. So the ones that we got a lot of complaints from and everything else. Our long-term goal would be, yes, to sweep the city from left to right or right to left. These are streets that probably nobody has driven down in the past 5 years that doesn't live on that street. And we want to ensure that the bar is set community-wide, that everybody's held to the same standard. So that would be one of the goals going forward, is that we do sweep from left to right or right to left across the city.
I love raising that bar. Let's raise that bar and keep it high. I love it.
Anyone else? Lieutenant Williams, I want to thank you as well for what you do. It's very important to our community. It's been a major focus, as many up here have said, of this council and the previous council to really step up the code enforcement situation. And I know that Mr. Davis and y'all are all working together and trying to redo that whole situation. I think that's going to be a big time positive. I also wanted to point out that during your presentation, as you listed off some of these addresses and showed these beautiful before and after pictures, which we love to see, I did see a lot of heads in the back from our firefighters nodding up and down like, yes, we've been on calls there. So I think it's important that people understand in the community as well that we're not just doing this for the guy that lives across the street and for the guy that lives next door. We're also doing this for our taxpayers. Because when you guys are off dealing with these kind of issues, when the firefighters are running calls over there because somebody's OD'd or there's a medical emergency, etc., it not only puts their lives and y'all's lives in danger, it also costs everyone money, time, resources, energy, etc. So appreciate what y'all are doing, and let's continue on with it.
The residents have noticed. They have walked up and said something more. We've talked to them about what's going on. They're very appreciative that this effort's out there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and thank you again, Chief Paige. That brings us to one last presentation that we did not include on this agenda, but it is probably the most important one of the night. Mr. Davis.
Yep, so a learning curve for me. I'm still learning the city, so I kind of screwed that up, and unfortunately the fire team got to stand here for an extra God knows how long because I got to run the agenda, so that's my fault. But we do have one announcement tonight for the fire team. Fire Chief Jeremy Morgan, after 25 years of service, has elected to retire. So, go ahead, light him up. So just some cool stuff that goes with that, right? This will be the first time in the city history that the outgoing chief is able to directly hand off the responsibilities of fire chief to his replacement. So credit to him for a successful succession plan. Chief Shipman will be taking over effective July 2. Is that right?
Sir.
All right. And July 18 at 4 p.m. there will be a formal changing of the guard ceremony, or whatever the correct term is,
Yes.
at the fire station. So it'd be, nice for everybody to show up if you can. And we'd like to wish Mr. Morgan, Chief Morgan, a peaceful, relaxing retirement. But we'll have a better post out that sounds more intelligent from our PIO. Yes, here. And we have a cool little.
Yeah, if I can, Deputy Chief Shipman. This is from some of the city staff and the firefighters. Thanking you for your dedication to 25 years of service to the citizens. And thanks, man. Stop by and see us sometimes.
Well, I'm pursing a few words, so I'll keep it that way. But I just want to say it's been an honor and a pleasure to work for the city for the last 25 years. I'm going to miss it. It's been a big family. I love the city. And not to hurt anybody's feelings, but I won't miss this or two. But I'll be around. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, that moves us on to our consent agenda. Council, do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Mayor, so moved on the consent agenda.
I have a motion by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter, to approve the consent agenda as it's been presented. Any additional comments? Seeing none, please vote. And that does pass unanimously. That moves us on to mayor council comments. We'll start, I know Ms. Riley is zoomed in with us, but I know that we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. But if Ms. Riley can hear us from above and wishes to speak, please do so. If not, we will move on. All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Yes, underneath my name under council comments, I wanted to bring up, we had a meeting in April of 2023 where Ms. Barnes provided me some minutes where we took action to move, to bring us back some information on moving the election date. Just wanted to see, Mr. Mayor, where we're at with that, and for city attorney, or?
Sure, and I can at least give the background that I know, and certainly probably the others can give more, but I do think that was right around the same time as well that we had switched city attorneys, and I think that directive from the council to bring that back may have gotten lost in translation. But again, if that's something that you would like to pursue or the board would like to pursue, I think you could probably make a motion to bring that data back. As far as I know, if that's...
Mr. Burns, do you have anything as far as procedural wise?
I did watch the meeting. It's actually on YouTube, that clip of, for some reason, someone spliced that 15-minute portion out. It's a separate clip, but I did watch it. I looked at what you had sent to Ms. Barnes, which I think was maybe put in the agenda packet materials. But I'm familiar with what the ask was. It looks like a motion was made at that meeting to direct the staff and attorney to come back with your options on moving the election date. So if that's y'all's intent, we can move forward with doing that, if you still want to do that. So there was a motion made, passed 6-1, and has not been fulfilled yet.
Right. Mr. Davis, can we bring that in the August meeting?
I don't see why not.
The research would be very minimal. It's really when we present options to y'all, whether or not I want to do it by referendum or by ordinance.
Okay.
Maybe it might be a good idea. We might invite Paul Lux just to give his opinion too, okay, on your options as well.
On the legal side, as far as procedure wise, would you be prepared to bring what that action is expected in the August meeting?
Yeah, I can have it ready for the first August meeting. Yes.
So, and Mr. Burns, you're saying that the council would not need a new motion tonight because that request was not fulfilled previously?
Correct. It's been pending, and it's so it's that was the previous. And I'm not trying to throw Mr. Dykes under the bus. It's just that was made, I think, one meeting before the process.
Okay.
So it probably did get lost for that reason.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that update on that item, and we'll revisit those options in the August meeting. In preparation, though, at that August meeting, we're taking action one way or another on said options. So, okay, thanks for that item. The next, I would like to move to bring us recommendations during the calendar year in preparation of the 2027 budget year, a presentation on what we are currently doing to schedule our pickleball courts, and recommendations be presented on what we can do to schedule and procure data like folks' zip codes when they schedule or show up to play pickleball, to include a user fee for anyone who is a resident outside of Okaloosa County. And just looking for a second.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter to very specifically, if you want to read it again.
Correct. The intent of making this motion is our Park and Recs has done a phenomenal job, and previous CEOs, of being really in front of the pickleball that brings a lot of good demographic of all places. What I'm hoping to do and support with staff on this is that we can continue to plan and prepare for the impact of those pickleball courts, the maintenance of those pickleball courts, and who else better to fund that and add revenue to the taxpayers' budget than the ones that are using the service and using the experience. But to include in this motion to partner and work with some of our industry local pickleball folks. Our Park and Recs folks know who they are and those kind of things. To bring us back during this calendar year in preparation for the 2027 comprehensive fee schedule and the budget year and things like that. So this motion is not really concerning this budget year, but during this calendar year, bring us back different collaboration and staff recommendations so that we can prepare for the 2027 budget year.
Thank you, sir. Anyone? Mr. Jeter.
You said county or city?
Out of county.
County.
Because we get some county money as well and those kind of things. And I imagine Councilman Walker might have a conversation about anybody that's an American citizen who would be paying the tax. But we do have a lot of folks impacting our pickleball courts that we're very thankful that they're using them. But our city residents have funded that out of the general revenue. And as well as too, and Ms. Neighbors could probably press on this a little bit more, as well as Councilman Jeter, our TDC folks would love to know the data of where they're coming from.
Yeah, they've got very specific.
And if we can provide them with that specific data, including the zip code, through the scheduling process of folks that are outside of Okaloosa County using these, I think we could generate some other revenue streams as well.
I was just going to, I certainly agree with you when you get to the TDC and we can prove that even just in Ferry Park, for example, it's an overwhelming majority that aren't city residents that are using them, that are coming from other places, that whether they're blocking them, hosting tournaments, however all that works out, that data will go a long way to show, just like the TDC just asked us about our golf course data, to say, well, how many people play golf out there, paying for these greens? How many people are playing pickleball and paying for this? And this motion is just to bring us back the data on how we can track that. This isn't going any further than that, because
bring us back data, but also recommendations were included in the motion. Because as they're spending time collaborating, now we need some recommendations on how to take action.
And I think there's a lot of recommendations, whether it's all across the state of Florida. Even Mr. Davis may know from some situations down there. I think there's some places in South Florida that, for example, if you're a resident, you get to play for free. But if you're not a resident, you actually have to buy a card. Now, I don't want to go as far as, I guess when you bring us back options, we'll see. I'm going to go as far as growing staff and growing the police department and how we're going to enforce it. But there's got to be a way, somehow, some way. Maybe it's the honor system. Maybe it's the buddy system. I don't know. But I do definitely feel like we get bombarded with people outside of our community that think it's just free, and maybe they push aside the people that really did pay for those courts somehow, some way. So it'd be interesting to see what comes of it. I definitely support it.
Mr. Barrett.
Most of you know me with my little red cap that I travel all over the place, all over the city, at the pickleball courts and at the recreation center, and we have a recreation person here. We're already charging, correct me if I'm wrong, charging a fee for non-residents to use our recreation center. But how are we going to, and I can tell you that a good bit of the people that play outdoor pickleball in our city, Ferry Park, Mooney Road, Jet Drive, and all, are not residents. They're neighboring cities, and I tease Destin and Navarre and the county people about it. I says, we need some money here, and we almost got money from the county to help on Hollywood Boulevard, that we were planning on building pickleball courts, outdoor pickleball courts there with cover and all that. and I don't know whatever happened to that. But we have a lot of people that come down from all over, visitors from all over the country and the world that come and play pickleball here, because many of the other places don't have pickleball. I hear Navarre is trying to build a pickleball court, but they're not there yet. So whenever they start saying, well, can we have this and can we have that? And how come it's not repaved or resurfaced or all that? And I go, yeah, you know, I says, Mooney is on the even years and Jet Drive is on the off years. I made that up. But just to kind of, and I said, by the way, where do you live? You know, I've been here since 1970, so I know where people live. Well, Destin and Navarre, Mary Esther, over in the county, you know, just across Beale there. So I know we're getting a lot of visitors here, other than the cities that are, and we're paying.
So you support the motion?
I support.
Let's do it.
Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councilman Walker?
Probably a question for the motioner. Just some time ago, I think it was one of the other parks, and it might have been the city manager or someone even at the county, but I understand, my recollection is that we do get some money from the county for maintaining parks. I don't know if that's pickleball courts or not. And then as far as getting the data from out-of-county players, is it the intent to get would one of the purposes of getting the data be to get TDC money?
Correct.
And so that's just it's funny to me, it's a self-licking ice cream cone, I say often, but we build the court so that they will come, so that they will pay the TDC tax.
User fee.
User
fee.
Well, the TDC tax that they pay at the hotel.
Correct, but they don't have to use the pickleball courts if they don't want to.
Yeah, right, but the money that's coming into the TDC.
But we're just talking about money if they use that experience.
Gotcha.
If they travel and stay here, they don't have to use the pickleball courts. But if they do, they're impacting those courts. And we need to fund those. Right now, all the funding has come from the general revenue from the city of Fort Walton Beach.
No county funds make it to the parks?
Now, we've gotten that guarantee. I think it's 12.5% allocation that we get from the TDC, that interlocal agreement was worked out, I don't know, about 4 or 5 years ago, where each municipality gets guaranteed TD revenue, but this is different. This is a user fee.
Gotcha.
Not necessarily more.
It's okay. I mean, that sounds like that's what the motioner is looking for, is an additional source of revenue.
For more, yes. I see
in
what you're
addition
saying.
to the 12.5%.
Correct. Yes.
So we're getting 12.5%. We won't.
That will offset now other things that do impact our residents. We can get that money from somewhere else. If we can procure data, and we got folks like Councilman Jeter that are on that TDD board that could advocate for us to continue to get that money and data, but we got to provide data through TDC staff that isn't going to even review our proposal if we don't have the data that they need. This would be a way with our great staff to collaborate on ways that we could procure that data, more specifically zip codes. But we also got to fund the maintenance of these awesome courts that people are playing on. And who else better to fund that than the people that are using it, not the taxpayers of Fort Walton Beach who aren't using pickleball. Because if you're not a pickleball player and you're from the city of Fort Walton Beach, their taxpayers are paying for these maintenance and the future maintenance. If we can prepare some funding so that the folks outside of Okaloosa County and the TDC is funding that maintenance, I think it's a win for the taxpayer for Walton Beach. So I'm trying to influence you maybe to support the motion. So.
One thing, the city doesn't quite get 12.5%. All the municipalities get 12.5%, and then they fight over a certain share of that.
And we want to keep fighting over that. Yeah, we want to keep fighting over that.
Councilman Merrill.
I see the validity. I see the benefit. I see the issue. As I've gone down and played, and I do worry. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I worried about a scheduling system because right now, I don't know if you've gone and played, but it's paddles up and everybody rotates. And if I went down there and somebody from out of state was paying and they took a court for an hour, I'd be like, well, I'm going to leave. And that's just how it works, just how I know it to work. So I'm not necessarily against it. Like I said, I can see the benefit. They want the data, but I don't want us to come up with this great idea that then the people that are using, the people from the neighborhoods, the local community go down and they're like, oh, they're Because we're not going to schedule them for 15 minutes. We're not going to schedule a game. You'll schedule a half hour, we'll schedule an hour. And if I go down to Jet Drive or Ferry Park, which I live really close to, and there's a line waiting and everybody's got a 30-minute hold on, you know what I mean? And then it becomes inaccessible as somebody who lives in that neighborhood, as a taxpaying citizen. So that would be, I would like to raise that concern. I potentially support it, but as we bring back the recommendations, I think we really need to think how that would affect how they've been working.
Like prioritize local people?
I mean, potentially, but I don't know if that's necessarily, I mean, I'd have to think about it. I think the staff would have to think about it. But do you see, my concern would be, now we used to go in and yeah, there were some people from out of town and we waited a game and we got in. Now we're waiting an hour. Now I go down there and I'm like, I'm waiting that.
And that's why the staff is going to bring us back. Right. I mean, now we're doing the creativity forum, which is I'm all about collaborating. But yeah, we're getting down the road, which is awesome. But that's the intent of the motion, is to get them to.
I can move forward with that. I guess with staff, I mean, that would be a concern, is where it doesn't become available to us.
Right. Instead of saying I got next and you play at 1:41 when the game ends, you're saying I got next and now you're playing at 2 o'clock because that's what's scheduled on a rigid schedule, and then no one's playing.
So let's hope that's not the recommendation.
Right. I got you. Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, I just want to say, key word there, collaboration. I'm not saying I'm for or against anything up here. I just think we need to collaborate on what's the best use going forward. I love what Councilman Merrill said. I think it should be a sense of pride. Like, you live in the city of Fort Walton Beach. Yes, I'm a city of Fort Walton Beach resident. This is what I get for being a city of Fort Walton Beach resident. There's a lot of other residents that live all around us that have to come here to enjoy those benefits. So there is a part of me, like Councilman Walker always says, that I pay all of those taxes to build those courts. I have no way of using them any different than someone who doesn't pay those taxes. I don't know if there's a one size fits all for, maybe it's different parks, different courts, different rules. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's you come up with the data and we can all collaborate and come up with some grand plan during different seasons. I don't know what it is, but I do know this. We're the only ones building them, and we're building them like crazy, and it's getting out of hand, and there's other places in South Florida that have built many more than us, and they have some policies in place that work. Let's just research what those are and see if one of those will work here with us. That's what I support. That's what we're bringing back. Data, collaboration, thoughts. Nothing may come of this. No policy may change, but we're only going to learn what we can or can't do. And in mine, it's not just to benefit the tourists. It's to benefit the residents, tourists next, but work together somehow, some way. Would that be correct?
And our budget will be funding future maintenance of this, whether this passes or not. So we have to be considerate of, that's a lot of maintenance. So we got to figure out a way to fund this kind of stuff. So that's it.
Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay.
Mr. Walker?
I'd like to follow up, because I hear data, and then I hear asking staff to come back with proposals. Is that the data you're looking for, is to come back with? You're not looking for player data?
No. I'm not trying to rank the pickleballers at all. They're going to bring us back. Yeah, they're going to bring us back creativity ways of whether it's scheduling, procuring data, managing our pickleball experiences that we've done a phenomenal job of the capital outlay of that. Now we need to properly fund it, because there's a lot of taxpayers in Fort Walton Beach that don't play pickleball or don't play golf, that don't use it, that are paying for it currently.
And that was, I guess, the follow-up question I had. So just understanding, I think, how the budget works. So there's a user fee, whatever it turns out to be, and it's for one game or 2 games or time or whatever it may come back. That money's not directed to maintenance of the courts through an enterprise fund. It comes back into the general fund, correct? So it's just a general fund contribution that we think might be able to be used.
Staff's going to bring us back some recommendations. Okay. And during those times, we can have that conversation then on how to direct the funding. Okay. That'd be a great idea, to restrict it so it goes back into making sure it sticks into the purpose it was for, funding pickleball courts, so it doesn't go, I think what you're getting to is over other parts of the general revenue that could go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking, I mean, my scope is coming up on the golf course property I was reading, but the enterprise concept was applied to the golf course years ago, and if there's an enterprise fund related to that, I don't know, but yeah, okay.
So that kind of creativity.
I don't mind, staff bringing it back and seeing what they bring to us. Awesome.
Councilman Merrill, and then Councilman DeBerry.
Real quick, I don't know who in staff is going to take this on, but just a recommendation is reach out to the pickleball associations that are here, run with it, the businesses that do it, because they're going to come and tell you, the last thing I want to do is do something great for our city and our citizens, and they go, what have you done? So just reach out to them and collaborate, because they know how it runs down there, they know how it works. Part of the enjoyment, I think, is going down there and playing for 2 hours with different people, and not that this is, so in that, I'll support it, but I would recommend and ask that you would not just come up with some great ideas, but reach out to the people that are doing it, and there's a lot of resources out there.
And that was included in the motion as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilwoman DeBerry.
Okay, there's 2 points, what you just said, Merrill, and what you said in the motion. I'm at those pickleball courts all the time, and they all have, they line up their brackets, you know, whenever there's 4 slots full, they go and play, you know, and hopefully they're all people that are together, but if not, they all play together, whether it be outside people, the non-residents, or whether it's residents of Fort Walton Beach. So far, they have a system. Secondly, the previous city manager, I believe, had obtained some funds from the county because he was thinking about building pickleball courts over on Hollywood Boulevard, near the extension office over there, and it was going to be covered. Can you, Mr. Davis, can you follow up to see if there was money that
There was not, that project's been
We
completely
cut that out of the
restarted.
rec expansion.
Yeah.
Huh?
But that's been cut out of the rec expansion, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
That project, that whole covered situation has been cut out of that project, and that project has not yet come back to council for any kind of approval. So you'll certainly have the ability to
What happened?
approve or
We're
deny.
going to get to that item actually next after this motion. I have to get the status update on the Preston Hood expansion. So we'll get to that.
There you
We'll get
go.
to that next, as soon as we get done with this business.
You're all over it, DeBerry. Nice job. Anybody else? Mr. Browning.
I'll support it for the purpose of getting the data and coming up with a plan, but I'm not for pay to play. I don't have any family that lives in this town or in this state, apart from in-laws and my wife, and kids, obviously. But, you know, my mom comes into town or my nephew comes into town. He spent a couple of weeks with me and says, I want to go play pickleball, and we got to pay for you. You know, it's just, which I won't, and then we have to rely on staff to enforce it, and then it's just, I'm not for the pay, but I am for finding a solution to it.
You ready to sound? Fair enough. Everybody had good? All right, council, please vote. The motion does pass unanimously. Continue on, Councilman Schmidt.
Last item I got is a status update on the Preston Hood solicitation, Preston Hood expansion.
The bid went out today?
Yeah, my purchasing manager a couple hours ago said it was getting posted today.
Awesome.
So it could be up there right now.
Awesome. Thank you for the update, sir. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Awesome, thank you. Councilman Walker.
And my thank to Mr. Davis for this. I really like that because it's hard to remember unless we're keeping our own notes up here while people are talking. And so to see a reminder there of what we asked for at the last one, I really appreciate that. Mr. Burns has sent me a memo on that. I got it late today, I think. It's when I checked my email, I'll say that. So I just received it, so I'm good on that for now. And then I'll follow up with you and Nicole regarding those 3 years of budgeted and actuals on the property taxes. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, sir. Mr. Browning.
I'll say go for it.
Ms. DeBerry.
I would like to ask again about the Preston Hood.
Yeah, so my understanding, and I don't want to speak for staff, but the specs on this solicitation that just went out probably does not include the pickleball courts and covering that the board, when they protested it, we awarded the protest to not give it to that contractor. Since then, and this new solicitation that just came out today, I don't think is going to include any of that pickleball or covering. It's going to save money. And I think some folks from the TDC or the county might explain better than I can of where some of those pickleball courts are going.
Okay, and then you also said something about election dates.
Yeah, we took action on that a little while ago, Mr. Berry.
Okay,
You did vote on it.
Well, we voted on that, but I thought you said you were going to say something more.
Yeah, we did that.
You good, man? Okay. Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, last meeting, mine was for the city attorney to research Florida Statute 166.241. Not sure if everybody got it or not, the email earlier, but it basically removes the police budget from being any 3% cap or charter amendment applied to. I could read it, or we could basically, it looks like our options here, ordinance or resolution.
Well, my recommendation actually was either, ultimately y'all need to pass an ordinance because, you know, charter provisions usually have enacting ordinances as well. A lot of the charter provisions, or a lot of the ordinance provisions in the city code are really setting forth the implementation of charter provisions. I do believe it would be a good idea for to formalize, if y'all do decide to follow my advice, which is I do think that there is some preemption from 166.24 subsection 4 regarding police budgets due to the methodology that police chiefs have to use to come up with the budgets. It conflicts with the charter amendment. I think you would need a good idea would be to formalize something and maybe start a process that every time when these type of things are identified, you add it to the ordinance. But I think it would be a good idea to either pass an ordinance or if y'all decide to do a resolution, just making it clear that the police budget would be accepted from section 35 of the charter regarding the calculations of the annual budget. Or if y'all don't want to do that, or simultaneous, if y'all want to do this while also doing that, you can also request an Attorney General's opinion regarding my opinion on the preemption, because this is the type of thing they will issue an AGO opinion on. Just if you have a question on that applicability of the statute to something like this. And so I could do both of those, or I can do that alongside if y'all decide to accept out the police budget. Y'all would accept out the police budget without requesting me to do the AGO, but I can't do the AGO unless y'all make a motion telling me to.
So would you recommend doing the AGO first before we go any further with an ordinance or a resolution, just to clarify and make sure we're instead of running on
that'd probably be a good
parallel?
idea.
What's the rush run parallel?
Time, Chief, right? Calculating the budget. I mean, this year's budget really is. It really would be next year if we have to worry about it. Correct?
Right.
Is it practically speaking?
So we're taking your opinion and we're going to ask the Attorney General to confirm that opinion, and we've got time before we go toward
so
an ordinance over it.
But I need a motion to do that, just officially to do it.
I make a motion to request the Attorney General's opinion regarding the identified conflict of the police budget in Section 35 of our charter.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to request an opinion from the Attorney General per the City Attorney's recommendation. Further comments, sir?
Just requesting an opinion, no, sir.
Anyone else? Councilman Walker.
Do I believe it'll be from Mr. Burns? I read that late in the day as well, but the charter amendment is dealing with, it's implementing a 3% cap, which is an increase. And I don't know if you have your email here that you sent to us all, but read through it briefly, and it was saying that you believe that it was preempted based on you can't cut. We're not talking about cutting, or the charter amendment is not talking about cutting anybody's budgets anywhere. It is a 3% limit on increases of growth. So I don't, am I missing something there? One's dealing with.
So if you go down and look, I guess my memo you don't have in front of you.
I don't.
So the charter amendment uses language specifically says it shall be limited to an increase from the prior year's expenditures. So the charter amendment is based upon the prior year's expenditures. The statute in question requires a police chief or the city, when they come up with the police department's budget, to compare to the current fiscal year's approved operating budget. That's a different calculus. They use the current operating budget to determine whether or not there's a 5% or more decrease to trigger the statutory provision. That runs afoul of the charter amendment. The charter amendment is asking for actual expenditures, whereas this statute is saying the police budget has to be calculated on the current fiscal year's approved operating budget, and it cannot be more than a 5% reduction in that, otherwise that gets triggered, and you have to go through an whole administrative process in Tallahassee.
So I do look forward to the Attorney General's opinion there, and thank you for that, because, and again, I know we're all in the early stages of seeing how this clock is built and how it works, but, you know, if the police department budget is not a part of, if it's a part of the budget, then some other departments increase or cut will have to service that. So I know it's early and I just looked at it today, but I don't see that it's being cut, and I'll have to look at your statement there about the operating and versus actual expenses. So thank you. I do look forward to that opinion.
Mr. Davis. Is there any concern that we're going to ask the Attorney General for an opinion and the time lapse is going to?
They can take upwards of 6 months to give an answer, sometimes quicker, but I believe in this situation, because we're talking about, I think y'all on a previous meeting, y'all decided to use this current year as the new basis for next year, then I don't believe this year's budget is impacted by the charter amendment at all. So I don't think it will impact this year. By the time we get the answer, it'll be later this fall.
So their sense of urgency will match ours?
Correct. Okay. Correct. We can now the Attorney General is from the Destin area, and so we can try to use some pull with him, and actually Chief Paige has a pretty good working relationship with the task force that the Attorney General works with too. So.
How about that? Councilman Jeter.
Do we need to vote on that motion, or need to go back?
Oh, I thought you had something else to say on that.
Oh, I did. No, I'm sorry.
You got a second too, I think, as well.
Yeah, we were in some statements here.
I'm sorry.
Anybody else? Please vote. I got you. The motion does carry unanimously, 6-0. Councilman Jeter, you're still on the clock.
I just wanted to read earlier, because I got it late too, Councilman Walker, and back to the golf course. This is the same from you, Jeff. The conclusion was, due to the explicit use of the term municipal golf course and relevant federal law governing deed restrictions, transferring or leasing operational control of the golf course to a private entity could trigger the reverter clause. Therefore, to avoid significant risk of forfeiture, the city should secure formal written consent from the U.S. Air Force prior to turning control of the golf course over to a private entity. So that pretty much puts that to bed and to rest, that we need to stop wandering down that road. Well, unless
you would run a risk before getting their permission. That's one big issue. And another issue, when I was actually writing this, I didn't include in there, was sometimes when you ask the Air Force for permission to do stuff, they come back and actually can be very punitive. The county ran into that problem a few years ago when they asked to actually have more control over the area right east or west of the Destin Bridge, where people were parking up Crab Island. What they did actually there was they inadvertently actually gave notice to the Air Force, who, you might not believe this, but the generals over there have no idea that people go to Crab Island. You know, they live in a more insular world. They're focused on, you know, worldwide issues. And they were not aware of this problem of people parking on all the sides of the streets over there. And they actually ended up creating a problem with the county, because the Air Force actually responded and said, no one's allowed to park there. And they barricaded everything, they put the signs up, and actually did the opposite of what the county was asking for. So there is sometimes a practical risk, but I didn't include that in here because that wasn't a legal opinion. That was just kind of seeing what they've done before.
But it would kind of go back to the same thing. We could also run a risk by barking up the tree. We need to quit barking up that tree, basically.
Correct.
Got it.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Jeter. But the other opinion from the Air Force that was shared as part of the deed was when the city went to the Air Force and requested use, third-party use of the YMCA pool, and was concerned that the city wouldn't be operating it, and the Air Force's response was absolutely no problem, so long as it's open to the public. So there's an opinion there that's different as well. So I won't stop barking up that tree. I know I probably won't have this group's support in going down that road. It is I maintain that third-party management of that golf course can be very, very beneficial, not only to taxpayers, but to the city itself, because of the 3% cap that's being applied that so many people seem to be trying to get out from under. So I think it's a solution two different ways. So I'll just keep hanging on to it for a little while, but I do appreciate you looking into it so closely.
And I'm fine with that. We need to go to a motion and see if the appetite is there for that.
When I'm ready to make one, I'll absolutely make one. I'll be right there on it.
Be waiting.
I know you will.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter, and thank you for ceding a portion of your time to Mr. Walker as well. It's very kind of you.
Yes, very kind of you.
Mr. Merrill. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I think Ms. Riley might be on if you want to try once more.
Okay.
I don't know if she will, but.
Ms. Riley, can you hear me? We saw you earlier, very briefly.
Can you hear me?
We can.
And was checking in, so I left you all. Is there something that you were going to ask me, Mayor?
No, ma'am, we just wanted to, it was during mayor and council comments, so we wanted to give you the opportunity if you had anything to add tonight, just on your own. I know you're out of town for work, and we appreciate you being here, but if you had anything that you wanted to add to the public.
The one thing that I would like to do is in terms of the millage rate. Just wanted to say that, I apologize, but, obviously, I had travel plans for the job, and it's been 3-4 months, in advance, and everything being paid for in terms of my job. So I want to thank you all, Mayor, for actually, bearing with me on that. Attorney Burns, thank you so much for your advice, and I want to tell, our new city manager, Mr. Davis, thank you so much. I appreciate everything that you're doing. I really appreciate, you making sure that I got everything set up for the team's meeting, as well as, obviously, the program, Ken as well. So as far as the millage rate, I just want to say, I couldn't be there to voice my opinion, but honestly, I feel that the outcome was a really good decision, because I was kind of sort of wanting to keep the rate, pretty much, where it was at, rather than lowering or hiring it. So I do feel really good about that. So again, I apologize. I wasn't there to vote in person, but I just want to thank you all for bearing with me, and I also want to thank you for bearing with this, the team meetings. And I apologize. I did not realize that I was getting some fuzziness there on the screen. But thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So that moves on to me, is that correct? I want to ask quickly before I either bring this up now or save it to the end of the meeting. Ms. Corcoran, Ms. Riggs, is there any other items on this agenda that y'all are staying at this meeting for? Or no, not at all? Okay, so then I will bring it up now. I recently had a discussion with the city manager, and over the past, I would say 18 months to 2 years, I have kind of been gauging the opinion of the public on this issue. But it directly relates to the pickleball conversation that we had earlier in our recreation facilities. It always had seemed to me that I kept hearing the same complaint from the public over and over again, which was, I can never get any time on the baseball fields. And just like we brought up earlier with the pickleball situation, those are fields that are paid for by our taxpayers. Now, I know that they're a little different than a normal park, and just, going into the park to take a walk, here you're going to an actual destination. Here you might be taking one of your kids over to a baseball field to hit some ground balls or to pitch to them or whatever the case. Or you might be an organization who might want to rent one of those fields. Over the past 18 months or so, it seems that it has been almost impossible for many in our community to rent those baseball fields. And the answer that I got a lot of times from people was they are booked by the city's travel baseball team. The travel baseball team that has also kicked off one of our schools, Liza Jackson, baseball and softball teams from using those fields. Years ago, both the baseball and softball teams had access to use those fields for their teams to practice and for their teams to hold their home games as they don't have a field at their school. Obviously, that's one of the newest schools, if not the newest school in our area, in our county, and definitely within our city limits. The footprint doesn't allow for a baseball field like many other schools around here. So anyway, they were able to use those fields. The subsequent year, it was only one of the fields. So then the baseball team could use one of the fields. The baseball team could no longer use the fields. The softball team could use one of the fields. Then the year following that, neither of the fields were available. Now they are all booked. Now there is no time available. I've asked a lot of people about this. I've had a lot of conversations about it. It's not just my own opinion. It seems like it's something that needs to be addressed. So as we enter into this next upcoming fiscal year, we are looking at all sorts of different things, what operations are happening within the city and the rec department, etc. This is something that I feel should be addressed and should be out in the open to everyone, because it has been something that not only I've talked about, but I've heard about from a lot of different people that are both inside travel baseball organizations, inside schools, inside the rec league, parents at the rec league games. I mean, Councilman Schmidt, Councilman Jeter, former Councilman Smith, we've all been down there at those fields night after night, year after year. You talk to and meet a lot of people. And this is a complaint that I have seen time and time again. So I kind of want to address this tonight while you two are here, if it's possible. I would really like to start with, what scheduling is available for a school in our area. If a school wanted to use our fields, if Liza Jackson wanted to use our fields. Their baseball program, for example, last year did not draw enough interest from the school. And I think part of that is, hey, we're going to play at this derelict field across the street over by the county courthouse. When it's at a destination like our beautiful fields that are used for travel baseball, that are used for rec league, that are used for all sorts of different things, it's a little different scenario. So if that's a possibility, I would like to address that with you guys. And then I would also like to hear some sort of explanation of not the 850 baseball program, because as I understand it, it started off as, we're going to train people that want to play baseball, and we're going to offer instruction, which I was all for. And I heard from many people in our community, parents, all sorts of people, that this was a great program. Then it expanded into, hey, these kids want to play baseball, play games against other teams, and now the city is operating a travel baseball team, several travel baseball teams. That to me is where things kind of got off the rails a little bit. We're not offering tackle football travel programs. We're not offering AAU basketball. We're not offering travel volleyball programs. These are things that are a little outside of the typical purview, and I understand that we always want to try new things and offer as much as we can to our citizens and our kids especially. But where are we at with this, where a lot of parents can't use the fields, a lot of other organizations can't rent a field? That's what I kind of want to know tonight. And after that conversation I had with Mr. Davis, he said, this would be something that we would really need to put out in the public so that the council could take some sort of action if they wanted to. And certainly that Ms. Corcoran and Ms. Riggs would have an opportunity to speak on that and educate us as much as we can. So I'm certainly not trying to be negative Nelly here. I just want to really find out what that program is about and what kind of thing we would be looking at if Liza Jackson or another school wanted to use those fields for their school baseball games.
Sure.
Real quick, Tiffany, I've had several conversations with members of council. There's also been a request to potentially add a Cal Ripken or a Babe Ruth or a U-Trip or whatever the flavor of the day is up here. I don't know the area well enough, but so potentially another use of that field space that we'd have to factor in. So that's part of the discussion tonight.
And we certainly have had, the Cal Ripken League has just been implemented this past year, at least at 2 levels, is that correct?
Well, we actually researched Cal Ripken and we tried it. Our numbers weren't there this year, but we are still headed in that direction. We are going to try for that again next year. And you're right, the 850 program was developed probably about 6 years ago. And so it's a city program, it's an 850 academy, and it was to help build our baseball and softball numbers, and it has grown. We probably have 100 kids in it right now, so it has grown, it's changed, it's evolved. So that's what's going on with that. As far as the field rentals, Wendy can speak more on the rentals. She's in charge of all of the rentals through all the schools, all the travel leagues, all our own leagues that play there too. So she can speak on that about the Liza Jackson specifically, since you mentioned Liza.
Liza Jackson has been the only one that's really confronted us because all the other schools do have their own baseball or softball fields.
Sure.
They have been able to use our fields. We had them from 4 to 6. The softball had 1 field and the baseball had field 9. And then they asked if they could do it again this past year. And we said absolutely, from 4 to 6, and then our league starts. So softball said, hey, we don't need to. We're going to go ahead and get the fields at the fairgrounds at no charge, but baseball still wants to use it. So we waited for baseball to call, check in, baseball folded. I don't think it was necessarily because they were going to have to use a different field, but so they just did. And that's why they didn't use the fields this year.
Okay. So there was interest from them, and then anytime they've wanted to use the fields, it's been available to them.
It has
And it's been available to them at a rate that is the same rate that just some random person would pay?
It is across the board.
Okay, so it's the same rate if I'm a school or if I'm coaching my own travel baseball team?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Our fee structure, we go by it.
Gotcha. So then what is the fee structure for someone that wants to have their child play travel baseball through the city of Fort Walton Beach?
We do, and again, you're calling it travel, which is what we do. It is the 850 program. It's $50 a month, and we do it year round. Each child pays the 50. It's a 70-30 split due to the program, and our instructors / coaches get 70%, and the city gets 30%.
So if someone comes and joins the 850 program, they've trained for several years or several months, and then there's a tryout for a travel baseball team that the city is ultimately managing, correct?
We do not have tryouts.
Okay.
Everything is within our nucleus of the 850 program. Once we build, the reason why we started the travel part of it is because we were training these kids, and then they were going off to other programs, and we were losing them. So we wanted to keep them to stay not just in our program at the 850, but also to be in our baseball and softball league.
I guess where I'm coming from with this is I've heard from 2 different business owners that have travel baseball teams that are businesses, that their fees per month, because they have a facility that they have to run where they pay electric and water and sewer and all of these things, their fees for their kids are anywhere from $150 to $300 a month. So now, while it's more accessible certainly for a parent to say, hey, my kid can come here and play travel baseball in the city, and that's great, it's not great for that business owner that may have lost 6 or 7 kids off this team and 4 or 5 kids off this team, and these are conversations that I have had with business owners.
And
so if that coach wanted to rent these fields that are here, that coach pays the same price that I would pay or that Liza Jackson would pay, but he doesn't pay the same price that 850 United pays. And that price is nothing, correct?
850 is a program through the city, so they do pay the 850
Fee
monthly
of $50.
fee. That is a fee structure.
And the city gets 30%,
Correct.
and the coaching gets
Yes.
70%. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions on this for Ms. Riggs or Ms. Corcoran?
So who pays the field fee for 850?
850 is just like our baseball league, our soccer programs. They don't pay like the travel teams. They pay a registration fee. The registration fee for 850 is monthly $50. League play is 25 or 30 or 50 for the whole baseball season.
Yeah, I was just, seeing if 850 paid that same fee that was on the comprehensive fee schedule,
850
because where I was going with that was what I heard is that there's that competition in the marketplace, and that private organization that's trying to get members at the said number was $300 a month as an example. 850 can charge less because they're not paying the fee to rent that place.
They're not paying.
They're charging membership that's being used or being paid for by the user.
Those parents
But that
are
organization's
paying
not
to
paying a
play
fee
in the travel tournaments. 850, they pay to play, to practice, to train. If they want to go out and travel, their parents have to pay for that.
Yeah, we're just talking about the fee, though. They're not paying a fee to reserve the field.
No.
Thank you.
No, just like our baseball league does not pay a fee, our soccer league does not pay a fee.
Councilman Jeter.
I wasn't aware of any of that. It's interesting how the clock's built, is that what you say? I just want to also make sure, in two things here. So there's a lot of kids signed up playing in that baseball league, but we didn't have enough kids that wanted to play in the Cal Ripken Babe Ruth League. Are they not?
Yes, we are growing the program to where anybody that is in the 850 has to, at a certain age, they do play in the league. And that is what has made it better. As Smith said this past year, it was much better.
You know, the baseball league up there was great this year. We were just all under the impression it was going to be a Cal Ripken or Babe Ruth. And yeah, Sean and all his team did a great job. And I know you guys were a big part of that. It was great. But that's what we're trying to do, is grow it to where we can field enough kids to where we can partner with other communities around us and have a postseason style of play.
And we did have a postseason, and what we did is we had the All-Star, and then we played in our back door in one of our tournaments, instead of having to travel to wherever the Little Leagues or whatever goes to.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I'm glad that our new, putting a lot of topics on our new city manager's shoulders tonight. I know he's well versed in this area as well, comes from South Florida, a lot of baseball knowledge and field rental and all that kind of stuff. So look forward to seeing what you can help us sprinkle out up here for.
I mean, I'm willing to share what my experience. I don't normally charge the teams to use the field because I want the kids there, but it's done with a permitting process, and I want to background check the coaches and all that sort of thing. But then I had 50 travel teams using the fields because it was free, but then it was kind of equitable for everybody. So, I mean, I've never heard it done this way, but I don't really necessarily, it's not that I don't care, I'm indifferent. So whatever the role of the board is, we can institute it, but
Yeah, so some of it is new to me tonight, so I'd like to learn and digest it a little more. I just want to make sure we're growing it. I think that's what we're all trying to accomplish up here, however that is, but we need to make sure we're growing it.
Again, we are the 850 Academy, which is a program for the city. Anything outside of that, I have the coaches, but if any of the kids want to keep them from going off to Shalimar or wherever, if they want to stay with us and in our leagues, then they can get together. We have a coach, and they will pay their way. The city does not do it. And they'll all chip in and pay and go and play in a tournament.
So again, just chewing through it, I think if I talk to 5 people, they all had 5 different impressions of what's actually happening. So maybe what I'll do here is that weekly report that I send out, I'll have them give me a really good executive summary of how it's actually operating, and then we can revisit to see if there's a different strategy you guys want to implement.
I would really like to see what the baseball schedule is for the fields, and specifically how much 850 United, the travel baseball teams, use those fields to practice. What days they use them, how often they're being used, and then what other times are open to the public. And then I'd also like, if council has the appetite to do anything about it, to offer some sort of thing to our schools and some sort of lottery system, as our city manager has suggested, to where if you have a school and they want to have a team and use our city's fields, and that school is located inside our city limits on a property that this council or that last council certainly worked with that school to get it built. If that school would want to use those fields, that should be offered to that school at very minimal cost of cleanup,
I would carve that time out ahead of time. They get the first pick, right? So with an interlocal agreement, just to say, help us pick up the trash or whatever.
Right.
Then whatever's left over can go to your travel teams or your little leagues or whatever. So you have some options, but I think step one is just getting everybody on the same page in terms of what is actually happening.
Right.
And then we can.
So, I mean, it kind of seems like I have a little bit clearer understanding of what's actually happening, and I hope that the council does as well, but I don't know. I certainly didn't prepare even to do this tonight. I just know that Mr. Davis and I have this conversation, and I agree with him when you say, let's put this out in the public, let's have the conversation and get the information out there, and then hopefully the council would take some kind of action on that. But obviously in this chair, I don't make motions. So I guess we can bring it back at the next meeting. Councilman Walker.
And thank you for bringing it up. It's all new to me as well. And one of the parts I really like to hear from you or anyone is that you're looking out somewhat small business. And I don't know that, I've not spoken to those people, but it sounded as though those private small business organizations are being impacted by subsidized, preferred, whatever you want to call it, in a sense that, and it's set up that way. So I think what you're looking for is an equal, fair playing field all across the board, and you're requesting staff to provide some information back to you and to us so that we can all look at it and decide what will make it fair. Because I don't know about any perceived unfairnesses or inequities, but it sounds like you've heard from some people, so I think it'll be a great request to, as Mr. Davis had said, is to go to them, get an executive summary. We all get more knowledgeable on it and provide some feedback to you guys and what we'd like to see. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Merrill.
Just from my understanding, the 850 baseball team and program from the city, but it has coaches. How are those coaches paid as city employees? Or
It's a program, and in all of our programs, whether it be Zumba or 850, it is all 70-30 split.
Right.
So whenever that $50 is paid by the child or for the 850 monthly fee or registration, coach gets 70%, 30% goes to the city.
So they're independent.
All of our programs.
They're their own business, in a way. They're their own entity.
Yeah.
And so and I want the program. I love the program. I love the kids. We wouldn't want to do anything. I just wouldn't want to give those specific individuals a competitive advantage. I could see it from a parent's point of view and other businesses and the school. So that to me makes it like, yeah, we should probably try to make it as equitable as possible
Leave a question.
while keeping that program.
Maybe, are they independent contractors under that scenario?
We have contracts,
And so that's-
as well as our martial arts or any programs we have in the rec center.
Well, ultimately, I think the information needs to come back first, and then y'all can maybe craft some policies from that then either by resolution or, I know previously that was kind of an issue last year, I think it was brought up on some different recreational issues, whether or not there were policies in place for, I think, adult leagues. And so I know they have some internal policies, I don't know what they are, but those aren't really something that the council's considered through like a resolution. And so it sounds like you're asking for something more transparent. Is that kind of like council might at least would have some idea of what it is so the general public would have a better idea?
Correct, and so that the board could take some sort of action in specific regard to Liza Jackson being able to use those fields for free, or the city running a travel baseball league.
Do we need a motion to request that data, or is the mayor's request enough to?
I think a motion to put a specific date on the time frame in which we get that data would really be advisable.
You can always make a motion, and then that's.
There's no meetings.
I just want to be careful with times. I mean, how long could it take you to build this? So I give them a reasonable date.
So what you're asking for the schedule for 850, is that specifically what you're looking for? And when they use
Again, I'm not able to make the motion, but if I were able to, I would be asking for the schedule, how much the travel baseball team uses the fields, practices, what dates that is, how much fees they pay to the city, if any, how much fee we get from other teams, travel teams, any other leagues, what field rentals are available, and then the payouts to the coaches and the independent contractors that work for 850. I think that would really be good information for
The
us.
big thing, you want the schedule for every baseball field for the entire year, just so you all have the information. So
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, may I add something?
Sure.
And I think that information will get back to us or to you without a motion. But I'd like to kind of piggyback off of trying to get something specific and measurable, while at the same time timely, without rushing anything. So you kick this off by kind of saying, comparing it to the pickleball conversation. I think it all boils back down to planning and scheduling and preparing for that 2027 budget year. Obviously, there's probably tons of vendors who we already have contracts for and different things on how we schedule that. And when we get that data back on how much 850 is using that, it goes back to scheduling because there's a space that's necessary for sports tourism, and we're going to need to block that off. But it goes back to very similar to the pickleball programming. We got to prioritize local usage of that field. So I think our creativity from staff can bring us back, and I'm going to go somewhere here a little bit with this motion, where I move to get staff to bring us back through a presentation during the calendar year of 2025 to prepare for the 2027 budget, to plan, schedule our baseball fields, our multi-use fields, to prioritize local usage first, and to bring us programming on how else it's used after local usage is prioritized. To include in the motion to carve out any incentives for local schools inside the city of Fort Walton Beach to use the field.
A motion made by Councilman Schmidt. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Walker. I think it was very thoroughly explained.
Yeah, just trying to, like you said, you can't make the motion, so I'm trying to piggyback off of some of the visions. And let's see, with our great staff and creativity that they got, I really think this is underneath the file of we're in just very transformational times. And with how we best utilize that, we heard tonight, we're getting ready to put a bid out to expand the Preston Hood Sports Complex. So a lot of planning is going on as we speak. So great timing to bring that up, so thank you.
Anyone else? Comments?
I would say, in my just visualizing when Mr. Davis mentioned it, I think everything you said there is what he's going to take all of this and get an executive summary from them, get your ideas of everything you wanted to all of us to review and make sure we feel that it's good and see if there's any ideas for improvement. So everybody's got some different things.
That's a good point, and no disrespect towards Mr. Davis's recommendation, but after that data is provided to us that he procures and gets to us, the action could be dead. So I just wanted to make some action, and we'll see what the board does with it. So.
Councilman Jeter.
Yeah, I think Mr. Mayor's motion would have included a lot faster timeline if I had to guess. But I think what you're rolling it into what we've already discussed with some other avenues. So not to go back and amend the motion, but hopefully there's an appetite from our new city manager and staff to bring us back some data and maybe just one of your reports that you'll be able to get with a little bit faster. And then we'll have that data to be going towards the next step instead of waiting so long for a presentation.
That's it.
Maybe data a little earlier, but still support the motion.
But like I said before the motion, all that data that he requested, I think we're going to get that regardless if it's in a motion or not. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, I think so.
Mr. Brown.
I guess I'm a little confused, not by the motion, I get the motion, but why only ball fields? Because if 850 is contracted out just like Zumba is with our gyms, why are we only focusing on baseball fields in 850? Why are we not seeing about if Fort Walton Beach High School's gym under repair or Meds is currently, why can't they use our gym for a cheaper price? So why are we only going after baseball fields?
I think the motion included multi-use fields as well, like the whole Preston Hood program.
All right, so fields. What about gyms or any other?
Yeah, all that. How to best program and plan for the expansion as well as the current usage of Preston Hood Sports Complex.
Yeah, I'd like to present a concept that would cover lacrosse or whatever the sports are up here, because they're all going to kind of fall into the same umbrella.
That's it. And we're getting ready to build about 300-something parking lots to host and do these kind of things, so it's great timing.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, council, please vote. Appreciate that, council. It does pass unanimously. I'd say let's just continue on, as long as everybody can stand it.
Send it.
We'll move on now to public comments. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on an item that is not on the agenda this evening, please come up to the podium, state your name and address. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? My name is David Hancock. 113 Brook Street. We live in Indianola condos. I've got a picture on my phone, which I couldn't put up real quick enough, but 2 weeks ago, the dumpster facility in the landing, down in the big parking area, somebody came in there, cleaned the, emptied the dumpsters, and they left 2 empty dumpsters with about a dozen full trash bags still sitting there with the doors wide open in this building they built to cover up the dumpsters. And we've had this continuing problem with both facilities in that landing over the years, in that when the dumpsters are filled, nobody touches the bags of trash. Is the driver supposed to put them in the dumpster there, put them in his truck? What's supposed to happen? I sent pictures up to the city council, and for a while it gets better, then it doesn't, and eventually the wheels fall off the wagon. Isn't there something we can do? I don't know who does this. Is it race manager?
Yeah, Mr. Hancock, as soon as you, please take all the time you want to. As soon as you're done speaking, I'm going to call up Mr. Daniel Payne, and he can answer those questions for you.
It seems to get better for a while, then it, like I said, the wheels fall off the wagon. I don't know what to do. As you said, Mr. Schmidt, we want this place to be a beautiful city. Bags of trash in front of dumpsters doesn't cut it.
Sure.
And we've been talking about this for years, this problem, and it keeps rearing its ugly head, and we just don't know what to do. Is there somebody to call to get him to stop this? I don't know. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Payne, if you could address Mr. Hancock's concerns.
Payne, Public Works Utilities Director. Landing East enclosures, just a little bit of background. Historically, we were approached by the downtown business owners to get cans off Brook Street. Those cans were side-loaded cans, and there would be 50 or out there. People couldn't walk. So there was an effort made to build enclosures and consolidate some of those trash locations on there. What we found out is without personal ownership, right? Sometimes those things, for whatever reason, people either don't get it inside the can or not. As a solid waste provider, we pick up the can no different than any other solid waste provider. And also we do, after a while, if something gets messed up, go over there and clean it up, not because, it's in the driver's responsibility, but just because we have operational control and nobody else is going to do it. So, Mr. Hancock's right. Every once in a while we regroup, talk to the business owners on there. Sometimes we know who does it, sometimes we approach them on that side, and things get better for a little while, but you got to remember, with those different types of businesses on there, they probably cycle employees. I don't know if they cycle managers. I don't know what happens. I know we built steps before because we thought people couldn't, maybe reach on that side. And like we said, it gets better for a little while, and we just constantly have to go back and regroup and go through. So, as the solid waste provider, the driver is there to pick up what is in the can. Like I said, not any different than anyone else. And every once in a while, because of the behavior, we go ahead and do it as well. Is it in your responsibility? I don't know. But like I said, operational control, we have that, and we know it's a hot topic, so we do it occasionally on that end. But it's sad. It is on the ownership side. And if there's a better way, we are definitely open to it.
Mr. Walker.
Mr. Payne, thank you. And Mr. Hancock, I don't know if you use it or have access to it, but every time I've used the C-Click report, what's it called? C-Click.
C-Click Fix.
C-Click Fix. It kind of alerts Mr. Payne and his department of that there's a problem there today or tomorrow. I don't know how it gets on y'all's radar, but everything that I report my stuff anonymously because otherwise I have to put in all my data, but I report it, and within hours sometimes, or definitely soon thereafter, the next day or so, y'all fixed the issues that have been there. So, Mr. Hancock, do you have access to that app?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Maybe Mr. Payne, or we can, if you'll leave your information here, we can get it to you. It's a really neat app, and it's really, you just click where it is, you report what the problem is, and get it in, and his department gets it, and at least alerts him that it's going on. Otherwise, he doesn't know what's going on.
So I will say that that route is driven, so we know, like, that one's not a surprise. We know that route over there. On the garbage side, you know, it's a hot topic, so we like to see when it happens and when it does happen and things like that. So feel free, you can call, you can, you know, whatever's easiest. On the solid waste side, we usually probably have already gotten alerted or seen it before we have, but we don't want that to discourage you from communicating your concern as well. So, solid waste, 850-833-9655.
So what you're saying is occasionally it's still gonna happen?
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's no behavior, I mean, we're relying on people's behavior, and I wish we could change it, but, you know, sometimes it's gonna happen.
Mr. Payne, who throws trash in that dumpster? Like, I mean, whose dumpster is that? I know it's the city's dumpster, but like, the businesses that surround it use it?
Correct.
Okay, and do they pay for it?
Yes.
Okay. What businesses?
It depends on which location. There's.
Mr. Hancock, are you talking about the ones that are right there in the landing part?
Yes. There's a enclosure, and when you open the doors, there's two
Right.
dumpsters inside, and there's a yellow dumpster right by the enclosure.
It's the East Landing location. That's usually our problem.
Try and help you out here a little bit. So Daniel's done a lot with trying to make this more better. We did meet with some of the local business owners, and they have volunteered to meet the driver at the same time that they're coming to open the gate, clean up anything that was whipped on the ground by God knows who. It could be anybody that not necessarily works there. Right. Could be the person attending the park, but they volunteered to clean it up and then close the gates behind them. So trying to get that going, that was I fielded, I don't even know how many dumpster calls last week, but that was kind of the end solution there. So trying to roll that out maybe next week or whenever's good, but there's some coordination between his team and the business owners to have the staff go out there and meet them at the time the truck's there. Hopefully it'll more better it.
Definitely sounds reasonable. Councilman Jeter?
Yeah, I'm glad we've got some type of different solution, because if we keep doing what we've been doing, we're going to keep getting the same results. And I've been by there and it's pretty ugly too. But just thinking outside the box here, have we find any of them for doing that yet? Can we put a camera up and just find them? I mean, would that help your team?
To be honest, they usually if the other businesses see those, they're quick to self-report on one another and on that side.
I think it goes back to part two. I know we've had some requests for down there for the future design park and where the dumpsters are going to be placed. Is there any alterations possible to that, or what's drawn is what's drawn, that's where they're going to be?
So as of right now, we just got phase 4 drawings. We feel like capacity wise, we were going to add another one on the east, and on the west, we have one that's located close to Indianola on that side.
But we'll have twice as much storage.
Yeah, and that one serves that western portion of the downtown on that side.
Got it.
Well,
Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Hancock, I appreciate the frustration, but just so you know, I mean, it's tough for the city. I have a business down on Brook Street as well, but I don't have a city dumpster.
You have a nice business too, I like it.
I appreciate it, sir. And when my bartenders don't put the trash in, or if we have we had a crawfish boil and some trash didn't go in, and I was pretty unhappy about it. And so I think what we could do, because I don't want you to get frustrated with the city, because it's an amenity the city's offering these businesses. It seems like the businesses are on board. So if we can, like Mr. Jeter said, if it needs to be a camera, if it needs to get something, because I don't want to go, we're going to work with them and fix it, because then you're saying, well, here we are again. So it comes down to we don't get a solution and we need to make an adjustment. Yeah, if you're a business, you're going to be much more serious about saying, hey, you have to throw it in. If I could get a fine, or if I could get something, a code violation, because it's people's behavior. Somebody's going to go in, they've had a long shift, they throw 3 trash cans, and then the people in the neighborhood suffer from it. So Mr. Payne is obviously, it's a frustration, but it's not something that I feel is fair, that it's like your phone dings. I don't want to turn into something that the city goes, you know what, get your own dumpsters, we're going to close it down. So, right? And it's probably been like something you've dreamt about.
And going back, I mean, I think the intentions were great. I mean, and it served, and you got to figure it was that grassroots deal that we kind of strive for, right? Like we had a
side of Brook Street in the downtown that was impassable basically on garbage days because of cans. So we had the downtown business owners and everybody got together. The existing public works director at the time, Tim Boldick, he got together everybody and really worked a magical thing on there. We built those two structures. You know, they pay the share fee. I think what we initially thought is what you first think is the volume, right? Well, it's picked up 4 days a week. You know, but we will go check on Monday because traditionally there's no pickup on Sunday just because nowhere. There's no transfer station. There's nothing open on Sunday for anybody in the county. So Monday should be your heaviest load, and it'll be 3/4 full, but not all the way. Not anything to warrant the behavior of just, you know, not carrying on that side.
Yeah. Well,
and we see it. Like I said, it's not something we wait for to be reported. Like we have a pretty good idea, you know, when it occurs, and then, you know, we go from there. We've talked about further penalizing or doing things like that. The educational route for us seems to be better because a lot of times we can identify, you know, where it came from. But a lot of times they'll let us know too, right? If somebody comes in on Friday and decides to trim all their palm fronds right before the weekend, we have a call. They're pretty quick to self-report that guy, and then we're down there immediately because we don't want that done either. So we're always open to solutions, but yeah, you know, we do wish the behavior was a little bit better on that side.
Yeah, Mr. Hancock, just come back up to the microphone, please.
Ever since you touched on the root cause of the problem, was ever since they decided to move all those garbage cans off the north side of Brook Street and we put everything down on the south side, the garbage has been a continuing problem. Like, I have a balcony. I live in Indiana. We have a balcony overlooking that first facility, and you can see the people come out sometimes with a cart full of trash. They open the gate up, and I feel sorry for them. The little girls who've been tasked to put the trash in, they can't get it in the dumpster. It's too heavy. So they just leave it. Well, what do? I mean, they can't get it in, so it's just there. And not the previous city manager, the one before, we had differences with him about that whole concept of moving the cans from the north side of Brook Street to the south side. And that facility that's in the first parking lot, for a month, it was a continuous problem. It's better than it ever used to be. That was pretty good. But the one down by the big parking lot in the landing, the one with the double enclosure, that seems to be a continuing problem. And another issue we've got, I've been working with some city councilmen, the city manager about this, that new design concept for the landing, they're going to put a trash facility right next to our building, right beside the landing. What a good neighbor, right? Now let me ask you a question. I think the guys, when they did that for the businesses, they got a sweetheart deal. You're not going to have any dumpsters outside your business. You can take it across the street, but sometimes it gets sloppy. That's fine. Now, why can't Indianola get a sweetheart deal and we put that proposed facility further to the east? What's wrong with that? Because we're going to wake up call every morning with some truck pulling in to pick that stuff up. Every morning, I guarantee you. And we've been fighting this ever since 3 city managers about this, the concept of having the cans come to the south side of the street. And we think, since we're on the receiving end, we think it was a bad decision. Can't we do something to fix it once and for all? Do you want to have that stuff right into residential neighborhoods? No, that's stupid. And you know, in Indianola, I looked this up once, we pay a lot more taxes than any of those businesses do, property taxes. So why are you burdening us when the people who are getting the benefit, who got a sweetheart deal, they're the ones who benefit the most? We don't. We live there. So we've had frustration about this for years. And we'd like to see something done permanent where everybody be happy. Above all, we don't need a facility right next to our building. And that's crazy. Is that going to make anybody happy? No. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Anyone else from the public wish to speak tonight? Mr. Smith.
You guys broke a record tonight.
8:45 for starting public comment, buddy. I'm getting after it.
I want to come up here. I sent you guys an email earlier today. I just kind of wanted to make sure everybody got it. I didn't talk to everybody to see if they received it before I got here. I only got to a couple of you. You know, my 4 years up here was a pretty good learning experience. From a real 360-degree view. I watched the good, kind of the bad, and the ugly. And one of the ugly things that I saw while I was up here, and I told myself when I got off this council, I'm not going to do that, is I watched ex-council members come in here and create issues and not be part of the solution. I saw them come after Larry Patrick, hiring private investigators to figure out if he lived in the city or not. I saw him come after Mr. Walker with using, I guess I would say, quote unquote, a useful idiot until he found out he was being a useful idiot and he stopped coming. You know, so when I got off, I decided that I was going to come to these meetings to still give some input because as a board member coming up here that hasn't sat up here before, there's nothing that can prepare you for the decisions that you make because a lot of them are a long time coming down the road and you don't have all of the information. So I want to come in here and I want to help give you guys the information to make your decisions. I'm not in here to criticize you for your decisions. I'm not in here to argue with your decisions. I'm in here to help give you more context so you guys have all the information that you need to make the best decision that you guys think is in the best interest of this city. So that being said, I'm going to try to keep this short because I don't want to play this out any longer than it need be. You guys received my email tonight. Looked like you all nodded your head that you got it. Oh, you didn't get it. You might have been part of it. I don't know. We'll have to go back and see. But I guess my questions to you guys that did see it. Is there any questions from you guys that anything in that email that I sent you is not the truth?
And just for the public record, because obviously the people that are watching this meeting at home or are going to view it later, Mr. Smith, don't have a copy of that email. While it will be public record, just a very brief 20-second explanation of what you're referencing.
Incident that happened at the Charter Review Committee last Friday where the chairman of the Charter Review Committee laid his hands on me after the meeting. So I just wanted to come in here and see if you guys got the email. Try to do some due diligence before this meeting and get you guys to make phone calls to whoever you needed to make phone calls to verify whether it actually did or did not happen. I would not come in here as someone that sat on that council before and put you in a situation to where you have to trust my word and my word only. With that being said, you know, the shortest that I can make this, I'm requesting the removal of Mr. Mike Minnick from that board. I do not think it sets a great example for this community or for a board that represents the city council of Fort Walton Beach to have someone that does not have the ability to control their emotions, to not lay their hands on another individual. So that's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, before anyone wants to take any kind of action or do anything like that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Burns because removing someone from a board, if that's what this board chooses to do, does require some additional action other than just someone making a motion here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, before we turn it over to him, I just want to check. Typically, we would have a chance to discuss. I had some questions for Mr. Smith before we turn it over to Mr. Burns.
Typically, the chair just makes a decision whether or not that any of the board members will discuss with members of the public. Typically, I do allow that. And
sure.
I certainly would like you to ask those questions.
Sure.
But first, I'm going to fire at Mr. Burns, let him explain that, And then Mr. Walker, if you have questions for Mr. Smith right after that, let's go ahead.
So, because that email got sent out earlier, I did have a chance to talk to you, Mayor, about it, about what the proper procedure is if the request was made at the meeting. And under section 2.02.05 of the city code, there is the process for moving board members. And it basically says, any board member who has committed misconduct, indiscretion, or other activities which deal with the competency or qualifications of any member of a board may be, or who may be unable to continue to serve. If the council receives notice of some sort of misconduct like that, then upon receipt of such notice, the council, after notice to such member, may hold hearings to determine whether the conduct is sufficient to remove the member from the board. And so what that means, and state law is pretty consistent on this, under the state constitution, you do have to provide due process to a board member. And what that would mean is if the most y'all could do tonight, if y'all do decide to take some sort of action, would be to set a hearing, possibly the next council meeting, to have that hearing on removing that board member. And they are entitled to written notice of it. Otherwise, you would commit a due process violation. So the city code has a process in place. And so if y'all do decide to make a motion tonight to take any further action, it would be to set a hearing to actually have that discussion and hear evidence at that point in time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith, if you are willing to, I think Councilman Walker has some questions for you.
Maybe one or two. You say he laid hands on you, and was it a shove?
Yes.
Okay.
I would prefer, I don't really want to make this situation any kind of like long drawn out dramatic thing where we sit here and litigate this over a microphone. It's as simple as this. Either you believe what's in the email, you believe if you've done your due diligence like I asked in the email, you believe the people that have any sort of knowledge about whether it did or didn't happen, and it's really up to you whether you think it's, you know, a good idea to have a board member on a board that doesn't have the ability to control emotions to where they put their hands on another human being.
And Mr. Smith, just for the record, because I know you've referenced it twice now, and maybe it will also assuage the concerns of Mr. Walker, but I did speak with Mr. Minnick this afternoon, and he did not deny pushing you in the chest, just as you described in the email. And I know that he would not deny that if he were in this room right now.
I don't believe he would. I don't find him to usually be a liar in any way, shape, or form.
Well, thank you, and with your comments there, and I don't, state law, due diligence, due process, or whatever else, if it's incapable of us to remove him, then I will move that we suspend him. Anybody on this board, and I know that Chief Paige is going to be coming up later speaking about what's acceptable behavior, fines and penalties and whatnot, but I'll not support a city employee, a city representative official laying hands, pushing any citizen. And if they do, I don't want to say that sound is wrong, but I don't care what the law says. I want the person removed from that position of authority and representation of the city. And then if we do something out of order here, he can take it through the legal means if he so deems. But I'd like to make a motion that we remove Mr. Minnick from his position as chairman of the Charter Review Committee. And I'm not sure, Mr. Burns, maybe you can help me here with this, because I want to do an amendment to it, or maybe it's included in the same one. I feel like it'll probably be an additional motion, so see if I should include this. It's my understanding that through a resolution the committee started themselves, they forbade public discussion being had at the, no,
they didn't.
They didn't.
We can discuss, that's a separate issue. They did not. I looked into that. They did not.
Oh, but was it on public record that he said that they had, that he disallowed public comments at the second meeting?
I don't remember exactly what was said, but I'm aware there was no public comment allowed at the meeting.
There was what?
They did not allow public comment at the meeting.
And so with that being the case, you know, I would move further on a second motion if you deem it's a...
You need to make one motion at a time.
So I would stick with my original motion that we remove, make a motion to remove Mr. Mike Minnick from the committee. And the member who sponsored him going on to the committee, I would favor them being able to immediately replace that member with a new member. So that's my motion.
I do have to interject before the second. The city code has a due process provision in it. If you don't follow it, you're committing an easy cause of action for an individual who's not moved, according to that, to file a lawsuit against the city. Y'all are required to follow your city code.
So the motion needs to be to hold a hearing.
To hold a hearing, correct. But that's not what the motion is.
That's not the motion there. And so you mentioned, just out of curiosity, you mentioned cause.
A cause of action. That's a civil cause of action.
Right. And so I was, obviously, Mr. Smith made through this process of determination, and he's apparently not denied it. And with him not being denying it, and him knowing that it's going to be here, and him not here to, I can't believe that this board would not sponsor, support removing him immediately. With
real
him,
quick on that, that was hearsay from the mayor, technically. I know, Mayor, I'm not trying to be offensive to you, but the individual has not been, y'all are going to be required to put the individual on the road and ask him whether or not such an action was committed.
So we do have a motion that's made. Mr. Burns, our city attorney, has advised us that that motion will violate our city's code and open us for potential litigation. Is there a second to that particular motion?
Mayor, I'd like to amend the motion to move where we schedule the hearing in accordance to the city attorney's recommendation. But as we get closer to that meeting, the city attorney working with both the subject or alleged subject and alleged victim to create an exit ramp that could include the resignation from the chairman, and the person who nominated him makes the nomination to fill his space. That's my motion. Or amended motion. Amended to his motion.
Mr. Burns, you want to hop in here? This is way out of my depth as far as a motion, no second, and then an amendment of the motion without a second.
You need to make a substitute motion. You need to make a substitute motion, not an amended motion.
Substitute motion, and we need to vote to pass that before we get to his motion,
It
correct?
would actually override his motion, your substitute motion.
because it didn't have a second. Because I didn't have a second.
You didn't have a second, and
I know, that's cool. I mean, I like where it's going in this, because I've got several more lined up right after it.
I do understand the second part. You're saying instead of hearing, then I'll work with both individuals, but really be working with the, the individual, the alleged perpetrator, if you will, to see if there's no need to even have a hearing.
That's it.
But,
Because I want to follow your legal advice, and I don't want to get us set up in that situation. While at the same time, I think, based off of some of the alleged hearsay, I think there can be an exit ramp that gets us to where it may need to go before the hearing.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Walker, to schedule a hearing per Mr. Burns' recommendation.
Y'all didn't set a date, though, too.
At the next meeting, at the next already scheduled public meeting.
When is the next scheduled city council meeting, Ms. Barnes?
August the 12th.
August the 12th. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, we don't need to create, I don't want to create a separate hearing for this. I'm also just as confident that we'll have a win-win situation before the hearing.
Right. Gotcha. Yes, Mr. Davis.
August 5, I think, is our next charter review meeting. Is that an issue?
It's going to be a part of my second. I'm going to have another motion.
Okay. Mr. Jeter.
So, I guess we don't know to the next motion, but we have, what, one or two charter review meetings left?
I don't know the exact number. Ms. Cobb is acting as attorney for the Charter Review Commission, but I think it's created for 180 days or 6 months, so however many meetings they want to actually schedule themselves, they had during that time frame. When was the first meeting? Was it the start of June? Was that the first meeting?
Yes.
So they actually could have more than one or two more meetings. They could have 10 more, in theory. So.
But the next one is August 5th, and our next meeting is August 12th. So there could be conflicting unless we find a, obviously, like you always say, hopefully we can find a win-win. There's a solution to this outside of just another hearing. And I don't want to get into the hearsay, like you said earlier, who said this or said what, but I'm not going to support the motion, and it's not because I don't believe anything in the email. I just think we have a lot more things to get done in our community. We've got a lot of big projects to do. This Charter Review Committee, and back to what you said, Councilman Walker, the Charter Review Committee was here to listen to the public and review our charter. So while we've already, I think, figured out an answer to that, there is public comment allowed in a sunshine law meeting. So hopefully half of this can get addressed and be a win-win and be productive with meetings going forward. But I just don't see the benefit in going backwards and hashing out. I've sat up here before and seen these two specific individuals call each other names across this board. So I just don't want to get into a Judge Judy scenario with a hearing of us trying to figure out what's productive and what's not productive. So I'm not going to support the motion.
Anyone else? Mr. Merrill?
I agree with Mr. Jeter. I just think I understand the relationships. I understand, and it doesn't give anybody the right to lay hands on anybody. I didn't get the email. I peeked at it, and I didn't know about the situation at all until yesterday. But at the end of the day, I think us delaying the charter review, us bringing this forward, I don't think it's a good thing, a good look for the city. I mean, if he wants to step down, if you want to have a conversation with him, if he thinks he shouldn't be here after something like that, if it happened under the red light, I think it would be very easy to be like, it would be different outside of those doors. Once you walk outside of those doors, I'm not going to play judge and jury without knowing everything that, the details.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this? Councilman Schmidt.
I know it's hearsay in legal terms, but we did hear Mayor Allegretto say he talked with the chairman that admitted to pushing someone. I respect y'all's perspective of we got other things to accomplish, but that's a top priority as far as culture of residents being pushed, and we just move on. After we hear from the person that Mayor Allegretto, or the chairman that Mayor Allegretto spoke to, who allegedly admitted to it. That piece of information to me I think is what's substantial. It's not, if any one of us had a situation where there's something going on with our neighbors and we address both neighbors and we heard from both of them the same stories, that, yeah, I pushed that guy, we'll probably take some kind of action. And I think that's why we need to take the action tonight.
Now, I would just briefly like to also mention, because it has been referenced now several times, that gentleman, Mr. Minnick, also did say that Mr. Smith was aggressive towards him and did curse at him, which Mr. Smith also admits that he did curse at him close to his body. So, again, if we're going to litigate exactly what happened, and I think that's what Mr. Smith said earlier, I don't want to litigate what happened, these are known facts. So, was it a case of two people probably not acting great to each other? There's no doubt about that. So anyway, we do have a motion. Anyone else wish to speak on it? Mr. Jeter or anyone else before we take a vote? Mr. Jeter, go ahead.
I think you worded it correctly, and I did do some due diligence and litigation, as you were saying. I spoke to the person that I appointed on the board, and he did not see a necessary need to do this, so I will not be supporting it.
Mr. Walker.
So yeah, I'm definitely with Councilman Schmidt here. I mean, when a man has admitted to not being able to control his temper and striking a citizen, and then we sit up here as a board and want him to continue to be a representative of the charter, with the Charter Review Committee, it makes me sick in my stomach. It really does. To think that we would condone that type of actions by a member. One of us, if we strike someone, I think we're removed, due process, whatever, but I wouldn't hope that anyone up here would support keeping me on board if I struck a citizen who got aggressive with me, because they get aggressive with me pretty often. And I said, well, they were aggressive towards Payne, and so therefore he might have had a right to push him and shove him or her. And that's just, I don't know, it just disgusts me greatly that we could be willing to accept and allow him to continue on. So we'll have this motion, we'll have this vote, and everybody can go on the record and state, how you feel about it, and then after that, I'll have a follow-up.
So just to be 100% clear here, the motion is for us to schedule a hearing.
And get the city attorney to hopefully negotiate a win-win before the hearing. And I'm very confident in that part of the motion.
Gotcha. All right, so everyone's very clear. Council, please vote. And of course, you've made it 3-3, as I knew you would, forcing me into an awkward situation, but that's what I'm here for, and pay the big bucks. So I will vote yes to have a hearing, because I think that's the next step in the process. Obviously, a member of the public has made an accusation. Seems to be very true by both sides. So a hearing is probably the correct course of action.
So the hearing will be noticed for August 12th at 6 p.m., but it'll be put on the agenda probably under the action direction portion or the most logical portion.
Well, it'll be a separate, so it'll be part of that agenda packet. It can't be a separate standalone meeting?
It'll be part of, it's part of the meeting. It'll be part of the regularly scheduled meeting. So.
Right. It's if you can't negotiate something before the meeting.
Correct.
The exit, yeah, the win-win situation. I want to highlight that, because that's the effort we really need to go towards.
As well, Ms. Barnes.
So on August the 12th, what we have done in the past, and Mr. Davis and I discussed that just yesterday. On August the 12th, that's the meeting when he will be presenting the budget to you all. And what we've done in the past is move the regular meeting for any items of necessity at 4 o'clock. And then we advertise the budget workshop at 4:30 so that it will continue ever how long you guys want, instead of trying to judge how long the budget meeting will last. So we have reversed those in the past, and that's what we had talked about doing. So with that, if you're trying to have a hearing and then you're going to have that budget meeting to follow up, I don't know how you want to handle that. So
I'm going to have it at 3 o'clock or something.
that's just whatever you,
I mean, that's just
whatever you guys tell us. We'll set it up.
what the board
That's what
here
time
has
Judge Judy hits.
chosen to do, yeah. Absolutely.
You could alternatively set a separate special meeting to occur right after Jason's presentation on the budget, and y'all have approved all that. So we could set the time for 5:30 or set whatever, 30 minutes after the time, as long as we don't end that meeting early, Jason's meeting early, and then leave, and don't let Mr. Minnick show up at 6:30 or 7, whatever the time is that y'all set.
I would just be really cautious of setting any meeting where we're assuming how long a meeting is going to be, especially one regarding a budget. Yeah, I mean, I think if we set it, the hearing first, 3 o'clock, 3:30, whatever it is, and then, that shouldn't be a super long thing.
And put that on the regular meeting or a special meeting just for the hearing, I guess at 3. Special, okay.
All right. Well, we'll trust in Ms. Barnes and Mr. Davis and Mr. Burns to get this worked out, and obviously give us plenty of notice, give the public plenty of notice as well for this hearing. Mr. Walker, did you want to continue on this?
I do. I want to have possibly two, depending on what Mr. Burns advises here. So, one, I think it's possible that we as a board can set a special meeting for that hearing to speed up any negotiations to see if indeed he will resign, which I hope tonight when we get home we find it in our email resignation letter from him. If that doesn't happen, I would like to make a motion to have a special meeting well in advance of the August 12th meeting, which is their next scheduled committee meeting. I want him.
Theirs is the 5th, ours is the 12th.
So well before the 5th, I'd like for us to have that special meeting where we address this issue. Is it possible that we could set a special meeting by a motion to have the meeting to deal with the, and again, if we've not, I would hope we get a resignation before, but if not, I would like to have the meeting well before their next meeting, because I don't want him in the chairman's seat.
I think the resolution that y'all passed previously says if 3 council members call for a special meeting.
So 3.
Let me just make sure.
And Mr. Mayor, we have a workshop scheduled for July the 8th at 4 for the priorities and budget meeting. So it could be a special.
So technically, it only requires 3 council members to actually call it, so it really wouldn't be a motion. If 3 of y'all decide right now and it's open, that
Sure.
y'all want to have a special meeting at a separate time, y'all could do that.
And it would be, my recommendation would be that if there's 3 of us that call for it, that it would be in conjunction, and I'm open to friendly.
July 8th.
July 8th, I'm fine with it being wrapped around it, and again, hopefully we don't ever get there, but if we do, I'd like to have it before that August meeting. So I'll make a call for a special meeting on or before July the 8th.
Would that provide enough time on July 8th for the public to be properly noticed for hearing?
It's really, I mean, yes, for the public. Mr. Minnick's notice is the most important. That'd be sufficient.
Well, is that sufficient? Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure, man. All right, so that's your recommendation. Does anyone else join in that recommendation?
Yes, because here's why it's information. I appreciate you sharing, Ms. Barnes, because the earlier motion of our next public meeting would include that July meeting. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not a regular
So I'm going to
scheduled
support
meeting.
having this because my understanding that next meeting was be whatever our next meeting is, and if we have one scheduled for July 8th, and that's the next meeting, so I'll support that. Yes.
And I think that the disconnect here was regular meeting versus workshop for everybody, just to, like,
Whatever.
it's a non-voting
Yeah, it's
meeting.
it.
Whenever, you're saying when everyone's getting together.
Whatever
already.
checks the legal box to make Mr. Burns happy.
All right, so we got 2 in favor of having the thing moved up to the 8th.
Yeah, third council member, or the mayor.
What I just said, we had 2. Is there a third?
You have sole authority too, Mayor. I was just going to say, if there was no other council member, you
Right.
also count this. So.
Okay. Ms.
I
DeBerry?
have a question. When is the next charter review meeting?
August 5th.
Oh, okay.
So is anyone else in favor of moving it up to July 8th? I will be in favor of it.
Great, thank you.
And so that would be, what time is the current workshop?
At 4.
At 4. Do y'all want to hold that before the workshop?
Yes.
So it'll be a special meeting. The mayor and the 2 council members have called for a special meeting to be at 3 p.m. on July 8th for the purposes of holding a hearing on everything that's been discussed.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't need any more motions. Good. Thank you.
Hey, you did bring up something on the other issue, though, just because I did want to point out on the sunshine law issue from that one meeting, just so that everyone's clear on what the resolution actually says. It does say the commission shall hold at least one advertised public hearing to receive input from the general public concerning the advisability of amending the charter. In speaking to Ms. Kopp, when she wrote that, the intent of that actually was to be, like a first meeting where members of the public came in to like suggest new charter amendments. That was like the brainstorming session. That was like the one chance they would get for something like that, for like new stuff. That never was meant to be read as obviating the city or that board's duty to comply with the sunshine law. And so I think Ms. Kopp and Ms. Barnes have actually already been in contact about it. I think they're going to add an actual part on the agenda that says public comments, just so no one misses the fact that public comments are required under the sunshine law. And Ms. Kopp will make sure that's reminded at every meeting from this point forward.
Thank you. Thank you. And the actions that they take in that committee are just actions within their, and I'm talking about votes, motions, votes that pass. They're bringing forward at some point in the future recommendations back to the council, right? Those are the actions that took place in that second meeting. They made motions and they got
Correct.
seconds and they voted. So, I'm inclined because it was under his control and I have my own opinions about what's going on in there, but with that being a violation of the sunshine law, that's a violation of the sunshine law, right? I think it was an improper meeting and any actions that were taken in that meeting should be stricken and they can resume. They've got 180 days, but isn't there an option to renew it up to like 2 years? And I don't know what the rush on getting the charter review committee done so quickly. That's kind of.
Well, there's a curative process, and if Ms. Kopp will run them through that when she comes back in. It doesn't require striking everything, it just requires them re-voting on everything they voted on during the meeting.
Okay, great. That's substantial, and that works for me. And okay, great. Thanks.
All right, let's move on to item 10.1, Resolution 2025-9, a resolution amending the fiscal year 24-25 comprehensive fee schedule. Ms. Neighbors.
Oh, good evening. This will be really quick. This is just an administrative agenda item. It's an update for clarification only. After we had brought this forth probably about a month ago, Ms. Barnes realized there was some wording that needed to be updated in her section. It's about the service charge for outstanding and open charges. The search and the update is just for citizen clarification on the charge on that. So staff respectfully recommends City Council adoption of Resolution 2025-9 to amend the comprehensive fee schedule for fiscal year 24-25. If you have specific questions about it, Ms. Barnes is available.
Council, any questions for Ms. Barnes, Ms. Neighbors, Mr. Walker?
Thank you for that, because I may have answered my question. But so this is really just, this comprehensive fee schedule has already been approved, is that correct? And you looked through it and you saw something that was improper or needed clarification. We're really only, because there's no red markings in here. I'm like, where are the red markings? But it's really just that one thing, right? Is changing on
Yeah, on
this
packet page 83, it has the marking, what the underlying.
83, okay. I was scrolling, I couldn't find it, 86. Okay, great. So that answers my question.
Special
Just
service charge.
one change only.
And it didn't change the fee. The fee remains the same.
Gotcha. Just clarifications. Thank you.
And it
Oh,
came
there it
out
is.
from a public records request
Yep.
that I discussed with Mr. Burns.
Okay.
And we clarified the difference between a fee and the actual cost. It
Gotcha.
wasn't actual cost, but we had the word fee in there.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, do you have a motion?
Mayor, so moves, staff's recommendation.
Second.
Councilman Schmidt moves to approve Resolution 2025-9, amending the fiscal year 24-25 comprehensive fee schedule. Any further comments from the council? Seeing none, please vote. The motion does pass unanimously. That moves us to item 11.1, ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 2186, amending COO Chapter 9 offenses. The star of the night, Chief Paige.
So ordinance number 2186, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orland Beach, Florida, providing for authority, creating section 9.13 of the Code of Ordinances titled Control of Access to City Facilities, Facility Rules, Trespass Warnings, and Criminal Penalties, creating section 9.14 of the Code of Ordinances titled Appeals of Trespass Warnings, creating section 9.15 of the Code of Ordinances titled Duration of Trespass Warnings issued for violation of the city ordinance, providing for severability, requiring an effective date, and this is first reading, and Chief Paige is ready to present.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This ordinance talks about restricted access and public access in city facilities. This ordinance we get from myself and the city attorney had extensively researched this across the state of Florida through numerous different cities, and this comes from the big case in this is Sheets versus the city of Punta Gorda, which established the rules, the public forum, limited public forum, and non-public forum, which you see through this ordinance. This ordinance had come in front of the previous city council, and there was a lot of discussion on the definition of city facility. Myself and the city attorney had extensively researched it, and the best definition we could find, and I believe we got it from Palm Beach Gardens, and I'll read it to you just real quick for the record. A city facility explicitly excludes, because that was the big thing, is what was excluded, all parking lots, golf courses, recreational centers, civic centers, parks, rights-of-way, sporting fields, senior centers, libraries, museums, except for any employee areas located on or within these facilities. The question that came up before with this ordinance was the recreation, basketball, golf course, outside of city facilities, so we excluded that from the definition. If you go through the ordinance, you can see in 913.02, it really provides an area for staff to work and designates staff areas as non-public forums. That limits the access of the public to the non-public forum areas. Anywhere else is a limited public forum, so if you have a legitimate reason to be within a city facility, it will be classified as a limited public forum. And then a place like we are in right now is a true public forum where members of the public have that can come and speak and do as they please as long as it's within the presiding officer's rules. 91303 lists out rules and conduct behavior, and Councilman Walker alluded to these rules that come up that would now be codified in city ordinance for all city facilities. The other portion that Mr. Burns talked about is the section 914, which talks about trespass warnings and how trespass warnings are adjudicated. They'd come in front of the special magistrate after notice was provided, very similar to the process that the city attorney laid out for the previous item. So unless there's any questions on that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for the Chief on this ordinance? Mr. Walker.
2186, that's what we're reading, right? That's where I was.
Yes.
2186.
Correct.
Okay, yes, I have, expressed concern about some parts of this, and it's still there. So my concerns still exist, and it is. And I got some questions for you about it, just to check. But 1.6 there is the city council desires to foster an environment for city staff perform the jobs of city facilities without the fear of being video or audio recorded by members of the public without their consent. We're a two-party consent state anyway, right?
Yes, we went over this in the previous council meeting. Mr. Burns, I think, gave a good definition of it.
Yeah, two parties. Yeah, two parties, they have to consent. So we're not codifying anything here that's not already codified, right?
Correct.
So my concern was that an employee, staff member, or others who are being, including members of the public, who are being threatened, intimidated, harassed, bullied, to remove the ability of that victim from audio recording or video recording what will be denied by the perpetrator is just not something I can stand for. I want members of the public, I want members of the staff and employees to be able to record audio and video if any of those instances are taking place, and I don't see any exception in here where those are singled out and they're like, well, if you're being harassed, sexually bullied, threatened, intimidated, you can do it, but that's not in here, and so I just won't be able to support this motion with that included in it. Everything else kind of makes sense. Keep them out of here, keep them out of there, don't go in there. I'm good with that, but that video recording, I just won't be able to support it.
Is that right, Chief Paige? Is his summary correct?
I mean, I think the question comes back to what was previously debated here in front of City Council, and Mr. Walker alluded to it in the beginning of his statement, is that since you got to have consent to record, a secret recording under Mr. Walker's explanation would probably be illegal.
Secret recordings will still be illegal.
It would be illegal regardless, so we would not be able to carve out in a city ordinance an authorization for a secret recording for any reason for an employee to take.
Due to state law?
Correct.
So no matter what, there's nothing that could be done for our city to change or supersede that state law?
Correct. This is to deal with people openly coming in and walking around staff areas and start videotaping them because they're not secretly recording them at that point in time. This is more to say that's a form of harassment.
This more addresses, for instance, we recently had, there's this group of absolute, and I use this word very freely, idiots on YouTube that call themselves First Amendment auditors. And what they are aggressors, are instigators who walk on the edges of public land versus private land and film people. And then those people get weirded out by someone just filming them. Then that person calls the cops, and then the cops show up, and then they very astutely state that they have not violated any laws, and blah, blah, blah. And they do all of this because it's the currency of social media and clicks and views, and they're trying to basically make a living by doing this. So this ordinance
addresses that situation as best we can within the state laws.
Within city facilities, yes.
Okay.
There was also a presentation, I believe I sent out to department heads and the city council that was put on by the Florida League of Cities.
Yes.
Which almost mirrors our ordinance word for word. So our ordinance is probably best practice in the city.
Additional questions? Anyone for Chief Paige? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, you wish to take any action on the item?
Mr. Mayor, so move staff's recommendation to adopt ordinance number 2186 to amend Chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances Offenses within the city.
Second. A motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve ordinance 2186. Any further comments?
You summed it up best, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Councilman
Councilman Walker, yes, sir.
What, maybe you, Chief Bates, what are the fines and penalties for an employee recording a fellow employee or staff member? What are the fines and penalties for them if they record being intimidated or bullied or harassed? What's the fine that will be imposed on them?
At this point in time, I think they would face different, what exactly are you saying they're doing again?
So an employee is being harassed, bullied, or intimidated, and they have brought it up to their supervisor. Their supervisor says, well, I've not seen them, I've not heard it, it's happening in the truck, it's happening behind the shed. So this employee who's been intimidated, harassed, decides to record it.
Secretly or?
Well, he doesn't say, can I record you bullying or harassing me? So yes, secretly. I'm assuming that's what, I mean, they're not going to be asking for it. But they do catch it on video, and the person's intimidating them and threatening to fire them if they don't do certain things or whatever else. And I'm just asking, what would the fine be for that person who secretly recorded the bully, intimidator, harasser?
Under this, since it's secret, it'd be $0 because no one would know about it. But
I mean, but what if it becomes public, it's no longer secret.
I mean, wouldn't it be whatever the state, didn't we?
The state attorney could decide whether or not then to pursue felony charges for the secret recording.
Gotcha. And I think that kind of comes back to my first statement, is that we're trying to codify here what's already codified.
No, this doesn't deal. This is not dealing at all with secret recordings. This is dealing with open recording.
Okay.
Just within city facilities.
Okay. And even like the definition of city facilities is not technically all facilities. It's even like just what we define it as, which is only certain parts of certain buildings.
All right, council, please vote. And the motion does pass 5-1, which moves us on to item E12. Not E12, but just 12. 12.1, ordinances on second reading. This is ordinance 2182. Mr. Burns?
Actually, I think we still have one more first reading. So it's ordinance number 2188.
I just wanted to skip that. That's fine. This is an important ordinance. Chief Paige, go ahead.
Well, actually, ordinance 2188, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, provide for authority and findings of fact, creating section 9.16 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Camping on Public Property, Buildings, or Right-of-Ways Prohibited, and provide for an effective date. And council, I stated 9.16 right there and 9.13 because there was a scrivener's error that says section 9.13 in the version that's in your packet. So we'll need to change that for the second reading. But since that's a scrivener's error, that has no change on the substance of the actual ordinance before you, then y'all can move forward with the hearing.
Chief Paige, please.
And just for clarification, we were developing this ordinance and the other ordinance at the same time, so they both fit the same hole, but since the other one got approved first, this one now has to be pushed to the next available slot of the 9th section. So this ordinance talks about camping in public places. You may recall back in October 1st of 2024, a new state law went into effect that prohibited public camping, and it can allow a municipality or county to be sued by a resident if we allow for public camping. The law went to fully into effect on January 1st of 2025. Okaloosa County adopted an ordinance 2419, which pretty much parallels the ordinance that we have here in the city of Fort Walton Beach. And the big court case for this one is in the whereas sections. It was the city of Granite Pass versus Oregon. It went all the way to the floor, it went all the way to the US Supreme Court, and the US Supreme Court upheld that localities can intervene in public camping. So this is our ordinance to allow authority for on city property. If somebody was to start camping on a city property, they could be warned for trespassing, or they could go through the code enforcement process.
Questions for Chief Paige on this prohibited camping ordinance? Councilman Walker.
Is this going to deal with our issue up there next to One Hopeful Place?
Next to One Hopeful Place is actually in the county. So the county's ordinance that mirrors our ordinance could be used up there. And the only exception for this is that if you are in a vehicle and you're in a lawful parking spot and you have insurance and your vehicle is properly registered, you are allowed to sleep in that vehicle as long as there's not parking restrictions like no overnight parking or something else. Anywhere else that is public property that is owned by the city, this would prevent somebody from camping on public property owned by the city. Up by One Hopeful Place, a lot of that property is owned by the Air Force.
Gotcha. And so just hearing that, I mean, I know downtown, sometimes I see some vehicles that have been parked there for a long time and they look like they might be homeless, but that remains okay. I mean, as long as it's licensed and insured and it's
Yes.
parked there and they're sleeping in it regularly.
As long as there's no other parking restriction, like no overnight parking.
Gotcha.
Councilman Schmidt.
Do we have that restriction?
In some areas we do, so different parking lots have different restrictions on them. Not every parking lot has no overnight parking. It's something we can go back and look at.
I believe when we were doing some downtown ordinances and these types of ordinances a few years back, that we put some sort of 48-hour restriction
Correct. We
on
do
a lot
have
of these
48 hours,
downtown
yes, we do.
parking spaces. If that answers your
Thank you
question.
for that reminder, Mr.
No problem. Anyone else with a question? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this ordinance? Council, you have any action on ordinance 2188?
Mayor, so move staff's recommendation.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter, to approve ordinance 2188, creating COO section 913, camping, public property, buildings, or right-of-ways prohibited. Any additional comments?
Just thank you for continuing to bring ordinances that give you all teeth to clean it up. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, please vote, council. That does pass 6-0.
Mayor, can we do a 5-minute break?
Let's do a 10-minute break.
All right.
10-minute break. We'll be right back.
Each y'all too.
The original bars.
Depending on the severity.
And it is beautiful.
I used to enjoy
If it's like.
All right, we're back. I'm sorry it wasn't a full 10 minutes, but for those of you who are not back here yet, we'll work around it. We'll move on to ordinances on second reading. Is that where we left off? Is that right? Ordinance 2182. Going to you first, Burns?
Yeah.
All right.
Ordinance 2182, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 5.05 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, retitling Chapter 5.05 to abatement of non-drug nuisances, amending Section 5.05.01 and retitling it to nuisance abatement program, amending Section 5.05.02 and retitling it to initiate nuisance abatement program through notice to abate nuisances, amending Section 5.05.03 and retitling it to scheduling and serving notice of the hearing before special magistrate, amending Section 5.05.04 and retitling it to nuisance abatement magistrate hearing, amending Section 5.05.05 and retitling it to appeals, amending Section 5.05.06 and retitling it to abatement and storage, and leaving Sections 5.05.07 through 5.05.16 in place of no changes, providing a severability clause, and provide for an effective date. And Mr. Frasetti is ready to present.
Mr. Frasetti, any changes between first and second reading?
No, I was going to say I was going to speak less than that for it. There have been no changes. This is to streamline the nuisance abatement process and make it a lot easier for staff to get those cases through the system.
And any comments from the public?
We've not received any comments in the first reading. We've not made any changes, and we are respectfully recommending approval of ordinance number 2182.
Thank you, sir. Anyone from the board have a question for Mr. Frasetti on this?
No, sir, but I move to.
Well, hang on, we gotta let the public talk.
Okay, I didn't know if I did that.
Anyone, questions, none? Anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, we will entertain a motion.
Just move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Merrill to approve ordinance 2182. Additional comments?
No, sir.
Seeing none, council please vote. That ordinance is approved unanimously. It moves us on to item 12.2, ordinance 2183. Mr. Burns.
Ordinance 2183, an ordinance of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, creating Section 1.05.09 Code of Ordinances titled Personal Service Requirements for certain special magistrate hearings, providing alternative service methods when personal service cannot be effectuated, provide procedural requirements for service approved at hearings, and provide for an effective date. This is the second reading, and Mr. President is ready to present.
Thank you. Yes, this is also the second reading. This is to do with process server if the case was going through foreclosure to council. We've not made any changes to this item as well. We received any public comment from it, and staff would recommend approval for ordinance number 2183 for this change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Frasetti from the board? Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, do you wish to take any action?
So move staff's recommendation to approve ordinance number 2183.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Browning to approve ordinance 2183. Any additional comments from the council?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that motion does pass unanimously, which brings us to ordinance 2184. Mr. Burns.
And before I read it, Mayor, this will apply to both 2184 and 2185. Just like I did last time before I read at the first reading for these ordinances, I just wanted to make sure there's been no ex parte communications since first reading. And I'll go down the line and ask each one of y'all if y'all have had any. And if y'all have, whether or not you'll limit your decision to anything you hear actually in the hearing here today. Councilmember Browning, have you had any ex parte communications since first reading regarding this ordinance?
No.
Mr. Berry?
No.
Mr. Jeter?
No, sir.
Mr. Allegretto?
No.
Mr. Merrill?
No.
Mr. Schmidt?
No, sir.
Mr. Walker?
No.
Okay. And this is ordinance number 2184, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan to amend the future land use map for property described at 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance, from recreation to civic, institutional, and utility, provide for authority, provide for findings of fact, provide for consistency, provide for severability, and provide for an effective date. This is second reading and is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Mr. Fassetti, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. We have not made any changes to this item also. This is to amend future land use at the property 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest, as we previously discussed. Staff is recommending approval. As you may recall, the LPA did recommend denial based on some concerns due to traffic volume and some of the site or project-specific conditions. We've not received any additional public comments. There was one individual we were conversing with after first reading, just kind of closing the loop on that, but no other additional comments since that time. And staff is respectfully recommending approval of ordinance number 84 to amend future land use for 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest from recreation to CND, so institutional and utility.
Questions from the council for Mr. Fassetti? Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this ordinance? Does the board wish to take any action?
Mayor, so moved. Ordinance 2184.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve ordinance 2184. Any additional comments?
Yes, sir.
Glad the second reading is here.
Please vote. And that motion does pass 6-0. Brings us to ordinance 2185, Mr. Burns.
Ordinance 2185, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, provide for authority, provide for findings of fact, provide for property described as 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance to be rezoned Community Facility Zoning District, providing for the amendment of the effective portion of the official zoning map, provide for severability, and provide for an effective date. And technically, this hearing, you have to be sworn in, Mr. Fassetti. Mr. Fassetti, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Fassetti.
Thank you. This is the last part of that property process to do the rezoning for 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest. We have not made any changes as well to this item since first reading, nor have we received any additional public comments concerning this item. So staff does respectfully recommend approval of this item, and also the LPA did also recommend denial based on the previously discussed concerns. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend adoption of ordinance number 2185 to rezone 35 Memorial Parkway Southwest from recreation to community facility.
Questions on this for Mr. Fassetti? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this ordinance? Council, do you wish to take any action?
Mayor, so move ordinance 2185.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve ordinance 2185. Any additional comments?
Glad the second reading's here.
Please vote. That motion also carries 6-0, which brings us to item 13.1, the request for a major development order for Grow With Us at Freedom Tech Center at 620 Liberty Lane Northwest. Once again, Mr. Fassetti.
Yes, thank you. As you may recall, at the last council meeting, there was another major development order for Freedom Tech Center. This is the next phase, next part of that project up there, which is 620 Liberty Lane Northwest, and it's a Grow With Us facility. So this one's been in review for the last month or so, and knowing the upcoming council agenda, we were able to come in our development review team across my staff and the other departments. We were able to get this quickly together, working with the applicant and civil engineers and professionals to get everything together and get this here tonight. So this is a request for the Grow With Us project at Freedom Tech Center. It's part of their major development order process and planning and development of Freedom Tech. Staff has completed our technical analysis. It does meet all the requirements within the Land Development Code, as well as the PUD that was approved for the site. There's nothing really outside the norm there. It met all the criteria. As we do have a couple standard conditions, as we do in these typically, which is a note that any permit, when the permit application submittals go through, they have to be designed and prepared in accordance with the current editions of the Florida Building Code that are in effect at the time of submission. And we do note the official address as each part of this project comes through, which is 620 Liberty Lane Northwest. We've not received any public comment or any other issues throughout this process during the development review process. And with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's authorization for the mayor to execute the major development order for construction of the 16,194 square foot building for Grow With Us at Freedom Tech Center, 620 Liberty Lane Northwest, in accordance with the specified conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Fassetti? Would anyone from the public like to speak on this item? I know you gentlemen have patiently waited all night, so Would gladly give you your time.
And we'll try to keep it quick. Nick Vlahos, V as in Victor, L-A-H-O-S. I'm the Vice President of the J. Odom Group. Jay apologizes he cannot be here tonight. He is out of town. But I do have, I'm honored to be here in front of you. I do have some information on the project and some forwards, but I wanted to echo something Jay tells y'all when he's in front of here. We work in a lot of jurisdictions. Chris is here. I saw Daniel earlier. I'd be remiss to name any more names because I'd miss everybody, but you've got a great staff here. They're knowledgeable, professional, courteous, and they make Fort Walton a great place to do business in. And our success of the project is because of y'all's leadership and staff, so we really appreciate it. So when we first started FTC, one of the first critical needs Eglin and members of the community talked to us about was childcare. And we talked to a number of national companies, but we were really excited to meet a local company, a homegrown company that started in Fort Walton, their headquarters in Fort Walton. They now have 6 locations throughout the Panhandle, and we'll be their 7th, and that's Grow With Us Learning Academy. So I'll show you where they're going to go. At FTC, you've seen us up here a couple times in the last few months. There's a lot going on with the project. They will be right north of the Beast Code location in this box. The building will look like this. We're in a little bit of rush to get this up because he needs to be open by August 1st for the next school year. He does early infant care from 6 weeks all the way through kindergarten, as well pre-K and kindergarten. So that's starting for that August 1st school year is critical for that, for the kindergarten. But this is what the building will look like. It's a 16,000 square foot, single story building, multiple playgrounds on each side. He's, as I mentioned, 6 weeks all the way through kindergarten, off to an aftercare program for children up to 12 years old. And I can't tell you how excited the businesses are that you previously approved that we're building headquarters there for that, to have that early learning center in there. So with that, again, appreciate all y'all do. Any questions?
Anyone with questions? Thank you for being here. We sincerely appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
And waiting through all that. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, you wish to take any action on the item?
Mayor, I move for the city council authorization for the mayor to execute the major development order for the construction of a 16,194 square foot building for Grow With Us at Freedom Tech Center, 620 Liberty Lane, Northwest.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve the major development order for Grow With Us. Any additional comments?
Yeah, I want to piggyback off of what Nick said. Thank you, Chris, and your team and city leadership on getting this, as well as on y'all's side with your team, of getting what's needed to get done before the July, let's call it recess, to also accommodate for, the marketplace, trying to provide a need, like a really big need. And I feel like these past couple months, y'all keep coming to us with a huge investment of helping meet needs, and we just greatly appreciate it, and thank you all for what you do, and thank you, Chris, for continuing to make it happen with these developers.
Strongly agree with Councilman Schmidt. Anyone else wish to make a statement?
Yeah, I would just say thank you as well, and hopefully projects like this are fostering the growth of the next generation that's going to be opening the next Beast Code or Grow With Us or what have you. So the kids are where it's at. That's the next generation, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Council, please vote. And that motion also does pass 6-0. That moves us to item 13.3, the Trackman Range Agreement. Jacob, what you got for us?
So this is the second time that I brought this back up. Last time was in October. It's changed a little bit. I know that there was a secondary group that was interested in possibly doing some type of lease and doing a different software. We took some of their ideas to make it more entertainment based, implemented a couple things such as adding screens so it's not just mobile based. So the current setup we have landed on right now is 25 screens set up along the front of the driving range for basically 25 bays for people to hit off of. It's a 32-inch screen, touch screen, makes it really easy for people to see and use. I brought two separate options, and I think Nicole can comment on this a little bit more, but there's two payment options. There's a one-time upfront cost of $372,000 or monthly payments of $6,950 over 5 years. So it saves the city about $45,000 doing the one-time payment.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you guys pros and cons of both. The one-time fee, obviously, we saved the $45,000, but we're paying for it upfront out of fund balance, which our unrestricted fund balance in general fund is about $5 million, and it's the taxpayer money. Option two, with the lease, you're going to be paying more, but we'll be offsetting it with the user fees. So you're generating the revenue as you're paying that lease. So we are paying more, but we're paying the people that are playing are the ones that are paying for it. So my suggestion would be option two, even though it's more because of that. But we'll take whatever direction council uses.
You good? Okay. Questions for either one? Councilman Walker.
I was looking for it, I've missed it. You, Nicole, you can probably direct me right to it, but I thought I printed it out from the office, but I don't see that I did, or maybe it got lost in here. But the financial information on it from your perspective that you usually provide to us that says this does or doesn't impact the charter amendment.
Oh, and I forgot to put it in there. It is impacted by the charter amendment because it is in the general fund.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I thought Councilman Walker would have more.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. No, I'm trying to process that. I thought I saw it in the package that I had there, but anyway, it does impact it, right?
Yeah, by 2145, yeah.
So that being the case, I mean, obviously we're making a decision here. You know, the charter amendment, which, you know, and you mentioned it there, it's quote offset. The charter amendment has nothing to do with revenue. It's 100% expense related.
Correct.
So this thing could bring in $6 million. It wouldn't alleviate, get rid of Charter Amendment 3. It still applies.
That's correct.
And so this, it's $6,950 plus it's $2,900 a month for the licensing fee, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Just the $6,950 a month.
So the $35,000 licensing fee is a part of
That is, yes, that is included in that price.
$6,950 is. Okay,
Yeah,
because it
that's
got
all.
separated on here. But, I mean, we as a council, we're just making a decision, which, you know, there's been fears that these spending caps are going to cause problems. And, you know, here we are going to spend, you know, if it passes, and it means there's either no worry about the 3% or there's other plans for the 3%. I won't be able to support it because of the concerns of the 3% cap that has been mentioned many times by every member up here, and now we're just saying that's fine, it's going to make revenue. That expense will be impacting other departments. They can't grow because this is going to be taking from the amount of the 3% budget growth on those capped categories. So I just won't be supporting it. So probably spoke too soon.
We've got along so good tonight. I didn't want to jump all over you for no question there, but you know.
Yes.
Councilman Schmidt.
It was provided in the agenda packet, but for those who don't see the agenda packet, projected revenue for the range this year in our budget compared to actuals through May. What does that look like?
So through May, we were at $155,080.57 of our $160,000 budget for the year.
Gotcha.
So we're way ahead of schedule, just with the small changes we've already made to the range.
And that was all revenue provided by the user that was impacting it.
Yep.
And that revenue is being used by you and your team to offset those dollars that used to be used to fill potholes and sidewalks. And you and your team, through the financials you provided, are running this not only in the black, but really nice so that we can continue to plan to use those pothole and sidewalk dollars elsewhere in the general fund, correct?
And we also repurposed an entire FTE away from the driving range to where we needed it in the pro shop and cart staff and stuff like that with new ball machine we did earlier this year. So range is operated daily with 2 hours of labor picking balls, and that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Can I actually ask, can I ask you a question? With the lease, will we own the equipment after we're done? So it's actually capital. It would be
Yeah,
a
that's
capital,
what
so yeah. So it actually would be exempt from the charter amendment, that's my mistake. Because we will own it, so we'll keep it and it will be capital, so it won't be in the operating.
Councilman Browning.
That was my question.
Oh,
Sorry about that, it's late.
how dare you?
But it,
Councilman Jeter.
Good question, Councilman Brown. I'm glad we got that clarified. With that, the FTE is what, $25,000 a year? So that's on top of, you're going to be up 70, 80, maybe $100,000 by the end of the year, plus we've saved the $25,000. So I just look at all this too and say this is one, even when Dennis was here, we made you a director and this and that, we've all ran on the purpose of operating like a business, and this is the best example that we can give the community of we're using user fees to offset what it's costing us. We're running it, we have someone out there now that's running it like a business, that's wanting to reinvest in it. So just thank you for sticking with this for the last year. I know you've been up here 2 or 3 times and maybe been dealt a few speed bumps and it's been moved off the agenda, but that's just a testament to your hard work to want to see this project to the end. So thank you.
Anyone else with questions for
I do.
anybody? Yes,
I
Mr.
missed it.
Walker.
I missed my question there, but
Sure.
actually I did have one. Remember I asked him about it, including the 35,000.
You started with a good question.
That was a good one.
And
I'm
then
going
you
to follow up
went
on
into
that.
some other thing.
On packet page 347, 8 terms of payment. Yeah, 59 consecutive monthly payments, and that is listed and called the contract sum. And then, and maybe maybe it's not clear, but in addition to the contract sum during the term, the agreement to pay the license and support fee of $35,000 payable in monthly installments of $29.16. So something's really not clear there. Because actually I did the math on it now that I think about it. It did not include, I'm pretty sure of the 417 is the 6950 plus the 2916. I mean, we can do the math right here, but.
I would have to 100% check with the rep, but as far as what I was told is the 6950 includes it. But
Well, at 417, I mean, I'll do my math here real quick and we can just we don't have to call
Take your
it.
shoes off now.
417,000
And
divided by 60 is only 60, it is 6950, which that's called the contract sum. And then that's the concerning part under there, underneath it, it says in consideration of the software, in addition to the contract sum, it calls it out specifically. During the term of the agreement is $35,000 a year or $29.16 a month. So yeah, we definitely will want clarification on that because otherwise we will be agreeing to an amount that's not accurate.
And real quick, the actual ask in the motion is to have Jason and I to hammer out the final terms with them. Now, granted, it's the non-business terms, I think, for the most part, because there are some things in there in the contract that are required under Florida law that technically aren't in this yet. But I believe that could be something we could talk to them about if y'all aren't comfortable paying the additional $35,000.
I think some are comfortable paying it. I'm not comfortable paying any of it, but I'm just saying, I just want clarification for us to type of, otherwise we're just giving you a blank check and saying y'all work it out.
so on page 323,
323, okay.
on the term sheet,
Okay.
I'll have to double check. It might be a typo in the actual thing, but it does say included software licensing fee included on that page.
Right, so there's a conflict in there that you definitely won't clear it up.
Yep.
Mr. Jeter.
So, Mr. Burns, there's still some clerical work that you've got to do on the contract side. Tonight, we're looking for option 1 or option 2 on lump sum payment or monthly. And Nicole, you've already, is that correct? There's still some clerical work that's got to be done on the contract.
There's some clerical, yeah.
We're authorizing you guys to negotiate a contract.
Yeah, and Jason and Jacob will work out any items like that, like clarifying the numbers, but there's some legal things I need to add in here too that are non-accounting based.
And Nicole, you say you favor option 2. Obviously, the business side, you want to save money and pay up front, but option 2 just simply because it is being offset by user fees. So it's not touching the taxpayer dollars. So the user fees, they're going to pay the monthly fee and generate more revenue.
That's correct.
Got it.
Another strategy I kind of want to bake in there, I haven't looked at this yet, but if you pay it up front, you own it from day one, and if we have a COVID part 2 or whatever nonsense that we have to shut the golf course down, we're eating that money the whole time. But I would almost bake something in there saying, hey, if we're closed, we're not going to pay you until we're open back up again. If we take that second route where we pay a little bit more money, but you have some more restriction or protections.
So safer all around. Got it.
They're force majeure provision.
Force majeure, yes.
Force majeure,
Yes.
force majeure, yeah.
Of any sort, correct.
Yeah.
We have done certain things like that at other courses I've worked at. We got part lease payments paused during COVID.
Yeah.
Another course I worked at. So.
I didn't want to just narrow the COVID, but
Yes.
the term is, the big boy term, what he just said.
All right. Anyone else with questions for Mr. Hill or Ms. Neighbors? Mr. Walker?
Back to page 323, thanks for reading. I'm definitely more confused there, 372, and then a sign-on payment of 93,000, so that greatly exceeds the 417 number listed there as the project cost. I think that 93, no, that wouldn't be the 35,000. It's not an advisor of that, so 372 plus 93 is 460 something.
So we have though established, and just to interrupt to say, we have established though that this is not a final contract document, correct? And all as Mr. Jeter just said, well, all we're doing is authorizing the payment either in one of 2 forms.
Sure.
So an up to a sum, I understand if there's typos or errors in this PDF presentation attached here, and I certainly want to work out all those questions, but if you have another question, Mr. Walker, as far as the final view of this thing, please.
Yeah, my request would be that staff not bring us projects that still have, it's lacking financial clarity. That'd be my request.
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
And I understand that concern, but correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burns, but after these clerical things and stuff like that get ironed out, the contract still has to come back in front of the board for approval.
Actually, that's not the ask. The ask was to approve of the terms, and we would go back and hammer out the final details. But you'll have identified some items here, and I don't know if Jason would be comfortable not bringing it back or not.
No, I'm good with it. I'm good with it if that's the ask, because, I mean, again, back to the financials and that question that I was asking earlier on. I mean, we're already exceeding the projected revenue of the range. I ultimately want to keep letting this program not only stay in the black, but with Mr. Hill's leadership, I really think that we keep the ask the ask. I just want to get some clarification.
And Jason, I'm sure will hammer the people down on the number anyway.
Yeah, and put that on me because I did ask the question. So if it's in here like 3 or 4 different times, I just didn't catch it, but we did ask the question.
Yeah,
Kim caught it 2 weeks ago, so.
I really don't have a clue at this point. I know you're just asking for about
I'm
payment.
every bit as confused as you are now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're asking
It'll be concrete the next time we show
do we
up.
want to pay it in advance or and monthly? And it's like, well, how much?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that yet. So it's just a little cart before the horse is what I'm saying. But
It's, I don't want to make an excuse for TrackMan. This was probably the 15th or 20th, one of these I've gotten from them. The actual email that I have from the rep that I did not include because I had this, does lay out those 2 specific options at the $69.50 monthly and the or the $372 up front. So I feel confident that both of those are correct. I think that there's some typos in their draft contract.
that contract sum language,
Yeah.
in addition to the contract sum at $35,000 a year, is legit.
Yep.
Well, end up crossing that out before we send anything back signed, since that's been caught out at this point. And then we'll definitely go over the fine tooth comb.
All right, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, council, you wish to take any action?
Mr. Mayor, so move staff's recommendation. Well, and just the purchasing policies and everything else on there. For option 2, I want to go with option 2 for the monthly fee, as Nicole discussed earlier. So move staff's recommendation for option 2 and pursuant to volume 2, chapter 4, paragraph 1, purchasing policies and procedures, section 3.12.5. Request city council approve the city attorney. This was option 2 for the monthly fee.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve for the city attorney and city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with Trackman Golf Solutions, as well as directing regarding payment option 2 in the financial section included. Mr. Jeter, any additional comments?
I like the way you worded it better. We'll go with that.
I know. It's all good. Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, really quickly, I can be sensitive to why others may oppose to this, but the reason why I'm supporting it is because of how much confidence I have that this program is helping us offset the dollars that we were taking to subsidize golf that was coming from potholes and other public safety dollars. The current structure that we're at with Mr. Hill's leadership and these actuals that we're seeing, not just projected revenues, but actuals, going to continue to support this so that, again, those golf dollars can continue to generate that revenue to keep us from pothole and sidewalk dollars.
Anyone wish to speak against it?
Sure, I'll speak against it. I've listened, and Councilman Schmidt, I really appreciate your interest in the revenue, but it doesn't have anything to do with what the voters told us. Now I'm hearing for the first time it is impacted, it's not impacted, it's a lease fee, it's not going to be Charter Amendment 3, so now I'm confused. I don't really know how to speak about it because it's not included in the paperwork, and then it is going to be a part of it, and then it's not, and I get it. Sometimes things happen on the fly, but I'm not, I mean, is leased equipment that becomes ours a capital expense?
Yes.
Okay. So then it's not a Charter Amendment 3, so it's not increasing in a capped category. But, I'm...
So now you're going to support it?
No.
I see you.
No, I'm not.
There.
I'll tell you how I would support it.
Okay.
Is to give me that chance, just because. When we're talking about generating revenue, from our perspective up here in the city, it's generated for the city, and I'd like to generate it for the taxpayer. And so this, I've suggested it definitely in the golf course. And, if the revenues increase, we don't find taxpayers on the side going, yay, they increased revenue to themselves. No, let's reduce taxes. Let's cut the millage rate. That's the only way taxpayers get a relief from us, is by reducing that millage rate. So if this kind of thing was tied to the revenue that exceeds the actual expenses, if it's going to be so great, will be used to offset property taxes, then I'm 100% behind it. But that's a libertarian mindset, so I kind of go there. But yeah, so I still don't support it, but I could.
Gotcha. Anyone else? Councilman Schmidt.
Appreciate you sharing that, and more specifically, make that motion. You know what I mean? And let's have that conversation and see what happens. I was with you on the rollback rate. These are user fee revenues I've mentioned a few times tonight to try to get that creative alternative revenue stream so that we can lower the millage rate. So, we were short on that tonight. We'll try it again throughout the budget process, but we got to continue to generate revenue to offset those
other dollars that could be used for potholes and sidewalks and those kind of things. So I'm with you on the property taxes, but we just came short on that tonight.
Anyone else? Council, please vote. And the motion does pass 5-1, mercifully bringing us to city manager reports.
All right, it's I'm going to try and go through this quick, so stay with me. The weekend report where I included the monthly reports from the sections, is that okay with
That's
everybody going
fantastic.
forward? That way I can just hit the top just for the public record, so we'll just stick with that approach. One of the questions that we did pose is keeping staff past consent. It's just not something that I'm accustomed to. So if there's any heartburn with that going forward, the staff that doesn't have a presentation, I'd like to let them go after consent. Thoughts, comments, questions?
I think it's a great idea for a lot of reasons. Yes.
Done. Just for clarification, I forgot what the RAD stands for that Chris spoke on earlier, but that was Mr. Burns and Chris and Tim entirely. I had nothing to do with it. I just said, great. So just for clarification on that, I'll come back to City Hall concepts because that will take a minute. Credit to the team for getting Mr. Rowley on. I'm sure they had to jump through some hoops, but Mr. Burns was able to dive in and give the legal. It was something I was very accustomed to down south, so I just had to make sure it was cool here. But thank you for that. You want to talk to the Restore grant before I forget and butcher it?
Yeah, just really quick. So a quick history of the Restore Act funding. I think it started with Michael Beatty, and the county, we were a sub-recipient of the award. And I don't know who the finance director was at the time. When Jeff Peters and I came on, we found out we had the Restore Act stuff. So what happened when we did the Restore Act and it was approved, it was based on, if you guys remember, the landing was one big project and then nobody would bid on it, so then we broke it up into the phases. Well, it was approved based on that one big project. So Jeff and I worked back and forth with Jane Evans, who's the head of the grants over there at the county, to get Treasury to approve it for the stage in phase 2. But the Treasury is not wanting to approve it because it's not what was in the original scope. Her exact words, and this is not my speak because it's not my wheelhouse, it said the issue is the difference between what had been proposed in the MYIP and what was included in the application. So because what we're asking for now to pay for the stage is different than the original, we're not going to get the Restore Act funding. But we do have the money in the CRA fund balance to fund that deficit. But we wanted to make you guys aware because it's $1 million. So we didn't want to just not all of a sudden use $1 million in fund balance. But the stage is ready to go and we have to start that. We can't delay the landing anymore. So we just wanted to give you guys an update on that. It was really nobody's fault.
Are there any other factors for delays besides, thank you for that information. But you said delay anymore. Are there any?
We can still work with Jane on maybe getting some other things, but the stage is the big major part, and the Treasury is a real stickler. Like if we put like one screw in on the stage, and they won't approve us on it.
So the contractor's held up, I guess is what I'm getting to. The contractor's held up on a funding issue on our end?
Not the contractor, so they're just ready to start the stage, but Jane said the Treasury will definitely not award if we start. So we're kind of in a rock and a hard place right now.
I'm tracking.
Anyway,
I'm tracking.
6 to 8 more months because Treasury takes a
Gotcha.
long process. Yeah.
Councilman Walsh.
So, big contract was approved for the whole project.
Not the whole, yeah, the whole.
The Restore.
Yeah.
The Restore Act was approving a whole big project. They didn't approve of it in the stages that we did.
In the phases, yeah, because it was, yeah.
But, and 5 million was a number I remember hearing, but that might have been the whole thing. But so they Restore Act $5 million to us. You can have that, but then they go, well, since y'all split it up, we're not going to give you 5. We're only going to give you 4.
They're not going to give us anything.
0.
Yeah, right now, as of now, yes.
That's what we got already.
She said they denied it twice.
I thought we did receive some for the first stage. Not the stage, the first stage of the
That we
project.
were awarded it, but not given it, based on that original scope of work. But because we changed the scope of work and divided it in phases, they denied it.
I thought we were talking only second phase. Okay. Well, that's even more disappointing.
No, yeah, it's only 1 million, not 5 million.
Right, I mean,
I think you were just
the
using the number.
total, no, the total I was thinking of availability or approved was 5 million, but it's actually only 1 million was approved.
No, there was no 5 million in it. It was
Okay.
just 1.07 million that was approved originally. And that number never changed, but because the scope of work changed, the treasury denied it.
Yes, sir.
And I haven't seen the summary of whatever we asked them, but even though all of the grant funding is going towards that whole project,
It's great.
you know what I mean? Like the whole scope of the work is still going
still the
towards the whole
same,
scope,
yeah.
and
I have all
that
the
information's
emails to
been
show you.
presented to
He's
the
been-
treasurer, and
Mr. Davis has been.
I know you'll have. It's just hard
very
to wrap my head
frustrating.
around because the scope hasn't changed as far as the program of it being done. It just got chopped up in different pieces
Yeah,
and
and
pieces.
that's why we wanted to bring it up in this forum.
Yeah,
We're at the
that's
point
good.
now where we're gonna delay the project if we don't move forward, so.
And if we delay it 6 months or however long it takes, and then we still don't get it, and we delay
Yeah.
it for 6 months.
So if you're looking for a consensus, and maybe this is where we can take the conversation of, I don't think we need to delay the project for the $1 million funding.
Right, no,
Let's
and
keep
we've had
trying
that
to lobby for the treasury to get that.
Something.
Yes, and we got too much hinging on that project.
100%.
Yeah,
But we just wanted to inform you guys.
for sure. And if you need any action or consensus on that back end of it.
Yeah, and I don't know if I need to go somewhere higher than her, she's kind of our conduit.
But are we good on funding it? What do we need?
Yeah, we're good on funding it in the CRA fund balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and you don't need any council action approval right now to do it? Good.
Well, I mean, there's a procedural error that was made unbeknownst, of
Right.
course. I mean, if you get a Restore Act grant, it's got outlines, provisions, requirements, and it wasn't followed. It obviously says in there, it has to be all this, or we're not granting it anymore. So somewhere along that path that you talked about, whether it was Mr. Beatty or you and Jeff or others, it got parted up without the blessing of the Restore grant. And they might not have, if they have been approached about, hey, we need to split this up into phases because it makes sense.
Right.
They could have said, I'm not going to do it. Then maybe we could have done something.
I don't know what happened because I wasn't here at the time.
I believe the grant application was already submitted way before we
think it was like
strategically had to
2017.
chop it up. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Because no contractors were bidding on the project, so
Oh,
we
yeah,
had
no,
to
I
chop
know.
it
That was a
up.
good
But
reason to
meanwhile,
chop it up.
the Restore grant was already submitted 2 or so years before that.
Sure, and it was just, hindsight's always 20/20.
Right,
It's
right.
just hindsight's 20/20, that's all.
It was just,
All right. Mayor, can I give a suggestion? Just-
Yeah, please.
Just to protect the new city manager and Ms. Neighbors, maybe make a motion.
yeah, so move to continue on the project.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Jeter, to move forward with the completion of the landing project. Any additional comments? Seeing none. Ms. Barnes, do you have it ready for a vote, or do you want them to do it by hand? Council, please vote. That motion does carry unanimously. Please continue on, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. In that weekly report, I mentioned the human trafficking, so discussing with the team today, they are all in, so we'll be moving forward with that program. Been in the budget meetings all week. Like I said, I'll give you a few different flavors for you to pick, and one will include a rollback, and one will also include a couple different flavors of millage reduction, so have faith. With the TrackMan, moving forward, and we'll hopefully start generating some revenue. I know Jacob's got a lot of ideas moving forward, and timeliness is of the essence now. We learned this week that his maintenance sheds were probably due to be replaced about 47 years ago. We have to literally bulldoze some now because they're a concern for health and termites and that sort of thing. So I need to start getting creative. We need some substantial money to replace that area just from an employee safety perspective. We already talked about the revenue exceeding. Golf is also going to be hosting their first tee GPJGA tournament coming up. That's kind of cool. Library is programming fall and winter events so the public can reach out to the library for some programming input. Library is also partnered with the American Health Association to have blood pressure monitoring kits that you can check out with your library card. Kind of cool. Parks Montessori Playground, I don't think I included that this weekend. There was a concern I had that while that Montessori project's going on, there's a playground, kids gonna get hurt and nobody's maintaining it. So somebody reached out to Montessori that we're gonna dismantle it just so nobody gets hurt on it since it's not being physically maintained. Parks, 4th of July at the Landing, food, fireworks, and frivolity for all. Police, top 3 agencies for traffic safety in the state by FDOT, and a community bike ride, 628 at Kenwood Park. Public Works, City Hall repairs are complete, the painting and light repairs underway. Traffic studies will continue to monitor some of the backing up into the neighborhoods. We have some strategies. We're going to start getting some feedback on that, but we have had some communication with the downtown businesses and it seems to be better, but then there's some days where it's not, so still continue to monitor it. Several discussions on dumpster coordination, so that was through that week. And then the $1 million question. So City Hall concepts, I'm hitting dead ends everywhere I've gone. We've looked at potentially this side, we've got to buy a reverter clause. It's still got to go through a litigation of sorts, and then we can move forward with that potentially. There was another parcel that was suggested over by the Home Depot or something where kids play football. Another scenario where it's a reverter clause. Somebody had mentioned the old hospital where the Meals on Wheels was going through. Great site, the county owns it. I will talk to them about some land swap potential. My concern is that the remediation there is going to be substantial just to even start. And we've had some conversation about where the Chester Pruitt Field is over by the police station. We already own the property. Need some input from the community there on how the field is used and how often, and the parks and whatnot. But it's a historical, I don't know the terminology, somebody help me out with that. What's the Walk of Fame or whatever is over there. So it's a concern that we would be taking something away from the community. So we've had some initial conversation of potentially moving that to the new Parks and Rec expansion, kind of making that the new Chester Pruitt with all the cool fields and naming some of the fields after former ball players that came out of here. I don't know the end flavor, but I'm kind of stuck. So open to any suggestions from the team on where to move forward, but that's kind of where I'm at. So.
I would just say 2 things very quickly from what you said at the end. I think there would be a very significant pushback on Chester Pruitt Park. And then secondly, it's suggested, I think by 2 or 3 different people, it's certainly not my idea, but I thought it was good. The Florida Power and Light building on Hollywood, I know that that's not like abandoned, but at the same time, it's not the same situation that it used to be where everybody was going there to pay their power bills. Whereas in the back of the building, I think they're still staging trucks and doing all that. That's a very large property, and it's obviously right across from the expansion of the park and things of that nature. So it's certainly something to look at and reach out to Bernard Johnson and talk about maybe. Okay. But I know others wanted to say something, Councilman Schmidt.
Oh, good call.
Oh, okay. Anybody else? Jeter?
The conversations you're having with Chester Pruitt, if they can continue to progress, I'd be interested to hear back whether, what type of pushback it is or not. You got police, fire right on the road. You got Public Works, so that's a great corridor right there, if that could be an option, yeah.
All right, well, again, they're just whiteboard suggestions to see.
Yeah, that's a great location.
And I know we did a site study that you could probably go back and reference 6 years ago, something like that, for this location, another location, and Chester Pruitt, and it was just that Chester Pruitt wasn't large enough as a lot, but that was obviously with a different building footprint, et cetera. But there is some data that exists somewhere in some study that we paid for less than 10 years ago, for sure. Councilman Walker.
I like the idea of the drive there on Hollywood to, for the Florida Power and Light. I was just going to say, is if you engage in those conversations, know that see if we can negotiate using our franchise fee as a purchase.
Classic.
Oh my gosh. No, put that in the books. Franchise fee. We need to negotiate that in the deal somehow. Okay.
Done.
Got it.
I love how you're always trying to make a deal. I respect that.
Anybody else, or are you? Okay, that's all I have. City Attorney reports.
So there's only been one new case since last month. There was a slip and fall at the 2024 Musical Echoes Flute Festival. The Insurance Council is defending the city They seem pretty aggressive, so I like that. Going back to something that Mr. Davis brought up, I do have an update on the Jackson Land Company case. I don't need to do this in an executive session, but we don't need to discuss any further. We have lined up the property appraisers, one of the best property appraisers in the entire state, to handle the reverter valuation. He needs a pretty detailed survey. That's also been in order as well. And so the kind of holdup right now, I think he'll get around to it by the end of July, is the survey, because then the property appraiser will use the survey. Because just to kind of, and this is something I don't mind sharing openly, when we ended up doing some title work on the property, we realized that only about half of what we think the City Hall property is in our minds is actually affected by the reverter. The other half is not. So there's no reverter on about half the property. So that's why the survey is very important for this. But again, that kind of dovetails right into what Jason was talking about. So we hopefully will be able to come back in August and announce that we need to have an executive session and maybe announce an upcoming mediation at that point in time. So the fact that he did bring up some City Hall options to y'all, it's kind of serendipitous, but maybe something y'all should keep in your mind too. And then if y'all don't have any questions on that report, then the last item I have is the proposed noise ordinance. It's proposed, this is not first reading. I think I talked to some of y'all about this here today. It's totally doing away with the existing noise ordinance that the city currently has, which is all based on the noise decibel meters, which I can tell you right now are 100% a no-go in the court of law. That they get, the state attorneys wanting to prosecute noise decibel meter cases. So everyone's having to switch to the plainly audible standard. Which is a little bit more subjective, but really it's not, because you have to go at least 50 feet from the property line. And if you hear the noise, then it's plainly audible. And the beauty of it is that the defense of saying if you don't have good hearing, if they try to attack the police officer on the stand, it's not a good defense, because if someone with bad hearing can hear at 50 feet, it actually means it must have been pretty loud. And so that's why it's always held up the standard in court of law. I did put a lot of exemptions in here. I set it pretty liberally. Like, for example, the downtown business entertainment district is exempt from the noise ordinance between the hours of 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. I set it like very liberal because I want to get some feedback from y'all if y'all want to cut down on some of these times. And so with that, I'm free to answer any questions, because I'm hoping to get some good feedback from you. I'll take this maybe with Chief Paige and Chris, and we'll come back with the first reading for you at the first August meeting.
Mr. Walker.
Yeah, I like that idea of, talking about the downtown, and my libertarian thoughts on it are whatever is going to apply to the citizens of the community, it's what should apply to everywhere. So, Brook Street, it should have the same sound ordinance that Hollywood Boulevard has, in my opinion. That's the feedback I would give. When we start separating, certain favorite businesses and separating them from other businesses uptown or anything, it's just disparate. Just apply whatever we come up with. We obviously need one since the last one was dead. We need some, but I would like to see it applied equally across the entire city limits. And I don't know a reason to separate it. I mean, I appreciate you being liberal with it, but I don't know why we would need to separate it. So that'd be my feedback. Keep it.
And the basis for it, it's good feedback, and if everyone else echoes it, definitely will take that out. The reason you put that in there is because, in my experience, businesses and business districts, where more of the businesses are, tend to provide entertainment later on the night. There's less residential areas, and so typically folks are up later. And those
because of the noise.
And they cause more noise. Exactly. Maybe that's the reason why.
Councilman Schmidt.
Yes, I would like to politely push back on Councilman Walker's feedback to you, so that you have at least another voice. Because of pretty much what you just said, Mr. Burns, I mean, that downtown economic land use is going to be different than off of Hollywood or the R1s. I know others are
Indianola or those kind of folks might have something different to say, but it's a downtown. So I would support, what is it currently, that threshold downtown? Is it midnight? Where our current ordinance has a time difference, or excuse me, decibel difference? Wasn't there a carve out for the downtown entertainment district?
There is a carve out, there's a difference between.
Was it midnight or 2, I guess is what I'm getting to.
Chris, unless you
I
don't have
I think there is a weekday, which day.
Like on the weekends, was it later than the weeknights? Okay. But, all right, I'll go in line with very similar to how we already had it. I like it as far as the time goes. It's the entertainment district. It's the downtown. People who chose to reside there chose to reside in a downtown district. So I just want to provide that. Yep.
I know I don't get a vote, but I like what Schmidt said. Anybody else? Jeter?
I was going to agree with Councilmember Schmidt as well. You have businesses and places down there where people choose to go and hear noise until 4. Same, we've had roads with different speed limits and other stuff. So I like the separation. I think some of that separation came from other municipalities who have maybe tried to do that blanket ordinance. And I think Destin at one point in time came out and had the harbor and wanted a different, set of
All
rules
the
down there.
restaurant owners, bar owners and Destin
Correct.
came out and fought
Yeah.
pretty hard.
And that's why they're there. I had some other ones too. I know it's late, but with the time and some other stuff, there was even some different 10 p.m. on grass and some other stuff. So I'll review it again, highlight it, and maybe send you some other of my thoughts if that's okay.
Yeah,
Before
that's
the
fine.
first reading, and then we'll have time to the second reading.
And just one note, I did draw a distinction between the downtown business entertainment district and the community redevelopment district, because I did give the community redevelopment district a longer time as well. And obviously the downtown business entertainment district is subsumed within the CRA, so the downtown business entertainment district would have a later time to allow sound or loud noises than the remaining parts of the CRA. But the CRA also has a longer time than the rest of the city as well. And I don't know if y'all are okay with that. The only reason I did that was because there are parts of the CRA that are a little bit closer to residential areas and kind of run up more north along the other parkway. So.
Do you feel you have a consensus?
Yeah, enough. And also I'll get with Chris and Chief Paige and we'll try to come back with something a little bit tighter, but I have enough from y'all.
And obviously there'll be plenty of time for public input and people to get involved in this situation before anything's crafted and finalized.
And if y'all hear anything, let me know too, so we can make changes to it ahead of time. So.
Fantastic. That moves us to Mayor Council final comments. So let's run through them, and we start with Ms. Riley. Are you with us? Do you have any final words to say? We've missed you so much. That's what we're saying to you.
She was there just.
But that's fine. Oh, there you are. Hey! We just had final council comments.
I've been downstairs watching the council meeting down there. I finally made it up to my room. One of my staff brought all my light jump and put it in the room.
Oh, goodness.
Well, good. It's your turn for council comment.
Thank you all so much for allowing me to be on the meeting. And, I wish I could have had an impact on some of the things that you all talked on and voted on, but it's okay though. I enjoyed watching you all. Just a great meeting. Great meeting.
Well, thank you, ma'am. And we'll look forward to seeing you on July 8th.
Yes, sir. I shall be there.
All right. Fantastic. That moves us on to Councilman Schmidt.
Yes, kind of piggyback off of that litigation update and also to kind of combine it in with City Hall. I'll continue to follow Councilman Browning's pace on what we want to do with City Hall. I know you mentioned it recently, but what I also heard Mr. Davis say is continue to give him the FPL options or things like that to explore, but at some point I'd like to square it up and give staff the clarity on what we're doing, where we're going. The timing's everything. Sounds like litigation's going to be wrapped up August. We can kind of track that, and I'm kind of leaning towards you. Again, I'll follow your pace, but as we're tracking that litigation after August and kind of get some identifiers on what we're doing next with City Hall. And that's all I got. I addressed it all in the front end of the council comments because I like what Mr. Davis said about the directors and people like that going. So anything that we want to address, let's do it on that front end with the directors or things like that. And so that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Walker.
Yeah, great idea there. I know they'll appreciate it. We shall dismiss us early sometimes. But just a question, curiosity on the litigation stuff. I had a citizen contact me and they asked about a specific case. Hey, do you have any update on that? I'd never heard of it. Still haven't really heard of it here. I heard about it from them, but is there a way you can, I don't know how many cases there are total, but could you provide us at least just an update on how many exist, period?
That's actually what the report does. That's everything that's pending right now. There's only 2 civil cases the city's named in as of last week when I submitted the report. If something else got filed in the last week, I wouldn't have that on there.
And so I'm going to bring up a name because I took a picture of it, and you just tell me this doesn't exist, and then that's that. The name was Darrell White case.
No, I haven't heard of
Nothing.
Actually, that might have been dismissed, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. That was on a previous report.
Okay, and it was prior to the last meeting, but tonight, for whatever reason, when it came up, I was like, yeah, I forgot to check on that. So that one's been dismissed.
Yeah. I think, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, you would know about it if we still had it.
Yeah, it's not active as of last week.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilman Brown?
I'll just say real quick with a couple comments with C-Click Fix, bro. I don't want to steal your thunder on this. You mentioned earlier you wanted to talk about. Just real quick, just figure out how we can get it, I guess, going again. I don't. Some people say that they use it. Some people say that you don't get anywhere.
I'm spending next week with Daniel to understand it better, but the feedback that I've been given, it is used for various things. Some people have suggested code enforcement that allows the anonymous. So again, I'll dive into it next week, and by next Saturday's report, I'll have some good feedback for us.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Ms. DeBerry?
Yes, I have a couple of things. Baseball games are being played at Preston Hood Sports Complex. I received 2 more balls in my yard, 2 in my neighbor's yard, hitting my roofs on my garage and also on my house. And one hit. Good thing I got good windows.
Yeah, it is.
Because it would have been busted. And also on Baywood Court, and I don't know if they have safety netting over there that's near where the concession stand is, near the rec center. They're getting pummeled with balls also, and you can all you want to, Mayor, but it's serious with us.
It's just a lot of baseballs, I would say, all at one time. That's insane.
No, not all at one time.
No, I just mean all in one
Yeah,
weekend.
and there's
One day or
there's
whatever.
elderly people living right up next to that area there. It's and they're concerned.
Sure.
And the noise. Decibel readers, yeah, I have one. And the noise that they're playing over the, I think it's the concession stand, and the language being used. And
Inappropriate?
Inappropriate.
That's a shame.
And we put extra in my area over there where we were getting garbage bags full of balls. Major shoulder surgery, if you recall.
I do.
And I don't want to see, you've got to do something. I don't care if you have to build
A dome.
a dome or whatever.
Might be
You have to
pricey.
raise more money for the city.
Mr. Berry, first meeting I was ever up here for, you were right there at that dais, and you whipped out a baseball out of your purse.
Softball.
Softball.
And I immediately thought, she's got a gun. And I ducked down behind the dais.
You'd be surprised what I got.
But then if you would have thrown it, you would have had a gun, right?
Had been, you've got to do something. All I'm telling you, I love sports. I truly, my children, no, not my daughter, but my son played at Jet Stadium. He played all the sports, and your kids played. I encourage that, but this is ridiculous.
Right. Let's be responsible with it.
Let's be responsible. If you're going to build it, I didn't ask for that to be built behind my house. I was doing fine with the coyotes and the birds and the bees and all that.
You've been there since 1970.
You're right. So I'm asking for the Baywood Court, they need netting or safety netting up there ASAP. I mean, it's going to cost money.
So be it.
How much money can you spend, Jason?
He can spend up to 50, up to 50 grand.
Up to 50 grand?
I will put it in next year's budget requests and the board
No,
can...
no, not next year's, but we need to do something now.
I don't have budget right now, right? It's already been accounted for in last year's budget.
You're going to have to do something. I don't care if you stand out there and you just come here. Safety.
We're on the same team, I promise.
We need something now.
Point made, Mr. Berry, very well as well.
Yeah.
You scare me every time,
Is that
so.
the meeting next? But I want to see something before then. I want to see something, at least in writing, hey, we're putting up the next. Something's got to be done.
I have 7 bosses that need to tell me some kind of direction, so if there's...
I make a motion that we get safety netting for Baywood Court.
Second for discussion.
I have a motion by Mr. Berry, seconded by Councilman Schmidt, that we get netting for Baywood Court.
Safety netting for Baywood Court.
Yep. Yeah, so like Mr. Davis said, it's just that he needs some direction, but also too, Mr. Davis would need to get some quotes, or, you know, this is staff leadership. So since the urgency, copy, respect, not turn the page, to get contractors out there and to do the netting is going to take some time. So whether it's underneath the $50,000 authorization that he has, or getting quotes that it's going to take some time to do the job, I'll support that. But I want us to be realistic that next week we can't just put up nets, you know what I mean? And we'll take action tonight to go through the due process as quick as possible to get nets up there.
Mr. Burns, how's our health care insurance for people being injured by balls?
Do you mean like anyone?
No, residents.
There's no health care insurance for residents being
Hit by balls.
balls, correct?
Can they sue them? They sue the city?
Well, in theory, anyone can sue anyone for anything, Mr. Berry. I can't give legal advice to the general public on how possible.
You got a second to your motion, Mr. Berry. And
Oh, you need a second, okay.
I'm not trying to be evasive, Mr. Berry, but I don't want to give anyone an idea out in the general public. But there could be a liability concern.
And so we would really just need anyone else that wants to comment on the motion, and then we'll take a vote.
The motion was to give
Netting to Baywood?
Baywood Court.
Baywood Court, not to give it, but to go out and get solicit bids, as Councilman Schmidt said, to determine if it's within his spending capabilities, to locate the money, and if it's available, then we would vote on it.
Additionally, something's going to have to come out of the budget this year, so that's something we're going to have to talk through, which things getting cut.
Well, and you know, what's the budget, I mean, how's a budget amendment work? How's a budget amendment work?
So, just for all our sanity.
Sure.
Let's just, let's have an up and down on this vote. Let's vote for
Sure.
You know what I mean? I just mean, let's just talk about this safety netting thing, right?
Well, yeah, and I'm just, to hear you, I mean, I want to help with the problem. Mr. Schmidt gave some good thoughts there. You said it would have to come out of something else, and I know that consistently through the budget process, we get budget amendments. I don't know if a budget amendment would be needed. We don't know if it's 10,000, 20,000, or 50,000, but I don't think we have to cut out of the budget, do we? Can't we do a transfer, which is then a budget amendment?
So still learning your budget process.
Okay.
What I'm accustomed to is every dollar's accounted for already.
Sure.
So I'm going to have to juggle somewhere unless I take it out of reserves.
Yeah, it's probably available in fund balance, but again, it would still have to be accounted for.
Sure, yeah, but no, I don't know that cuts would be occurring. I just think it would be a transfer maybe from fund balance and or a budget amendment if it's necessary. And I don't know what the criteria for that is, but we do them fairly regularly throughout the year for additional spending that wasn't accounted for in the original budget.
Councilman Jeter, you had a comment on the motion?
So is the motion, we just get this clear, to allow Jason to do the research to make sure, I mean, where are we talking, how long the net is, what it's got, so it's just to explore the netting. I'm with you. If you're getting bags of balls hit in the back of your yard, we need to do something. I'll support the motion, but the motion is just to give staff the direction to bring us back the data too.
Okay.
Got it.
With the time limit?
I don't understand your question.
a time limit, do some research? Is it within the next month, next year? And you know how long it took me to get netting behind my house?
So you're asking me like 10 different questions. I can go out there next week with a contractor and get a quote and come back and see if that's what we're gonna do. If that's what you're asking.
He's in Atlanta, that's the one we use.
Perfect. I don't know who we'll use, but yes, I can get somebody out there as soon as possible.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Sounds like we have a very agreeable solution here. We have a motion, we've had some comment. Let's have a council vote.
Public comment, real quick. I know there's no one from the public here, but
They've been asleep since the noise ordinance passed.
Bro.
I know there's someone out there.
It's Miss Hill, right? That's it. No, good call, Mr. Burns, thank you.
Okay, second.
Okay.
I think, yeah. Oh, no, we're good.
I didn't know if anybody from the public was.
We're good. And the motion does carry 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBerry. That brings us on to Mr. Jeter.
Yes, Councilman Browning is the one who started C-Click Fix here a couple years, or was tasked with getting it up and going, voluntold. So I will definitely, that is your thunder. I will take your lead on that, but I certainly agree that we've already discussed it should be used more. I'm gonna leave that at that. That's it, sir.
Thank you. And Councilman Merrill.
Real quick follow-up, last meeting I made a comment about Brook Street, about the one-way, and I understand it's a big ask to switch a solution, a quick solution. I don't know if you've made contact with them, Mr. Davis, but a sign. If you look.
Signs were changed. Daniel, the signs were changed this morning.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, he sent me some pictures, so.
Yeah. And I think people have reported so much it's changed on Google Maps. Like if you go to Google Maps, it's like nobody can get there. And I mean, I'm biased. I'm there. I'm one of the businesses, but everybody there that's affected by it comes and talks to me. They say, go do your city thing. So here I am saying, what can we do? So, but that's great. I didn't know the signs were changed this morning.
This morning, so we're gonna try and watch it this weekend, and of course next weekend, the holiday weekend's gonna be crazy, right? But
So what did they switch the one? They switched the one way?
No, the times, and then of course Daniel left. The times and the weekend, it's just reverted.
He's talking about the no right turn on Highway 98, correct?
That's what I said.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just making sure he understood.
Right.
Yeah, I know that's what you said, but I was connecting.
You're talking about the under the bridge, one
That's not
way,
the
going
issue.
opposite direction.
I'm talking about you pull off Alcaniz onto Brook Street and you see a giant road closed sign. And so everybody turns around because Florida Blanca is closed and they don't realize that you can make a left turn under the bridge. And so everybody turns around, they report their maps, that road is closed, I can't get there. I take 30 calls a day. So that's the sign. So if they removed that sign that was right off Alcaniz, that you could approach and see that you could make the left turn, what they've done is what I think they've done, I like them, what I think they've done is they've tried to make it so nobody goes that way. And it does cause some frustration. So even if there's a contact, I don't know if you made contact from the last time, if you had a point of contact, something as simple as removing that sign and even allowing the businesses there to put up some sort of little sign, yard sign that say this is the way to get to us. So I promise you, it's a frustration.
No, I get it. I wish I had a better answer.
Well, that's interesting because I never was aware of that until just now. You know, and I do that all the time because I was tracking the no right turn on 98, which is a huge issue as well. So that's
next time you go under the bridge, notice that pretty large.
I'm tracking now. Yeah. I didn't realize that.
Prior to it, so.
That's wild.
But that's it. I'd like to solve that.
All right, I just want to make two final pleas. One, everybody be safe in the water, man. It's so heartbreaking to read stories of people losing kids and loved ones, you know, in the waters out here. And if you have family and friends that come to town, it's not too much to explain to that person, this is serious. Like, it's not a swimming pool. The Gulf of Mexico, the Bay, all that. It's not a swimming pool, and there's things that can seriously harm you and you can die. And I'm not saying anyone that's ever died in our area wasn't aware of those dangers or did anything wrong. It's just heartbreaking every time. I'm hopeful that everybody will do as much as they can to make sure that doesn't happen. Secondly, just very quickly on this 850 United situation that I brought up earlier, I was very disappointed that during this conversation, one of the questions that I had directly asked Ms. Riggs was, well, this is a travel baseball team with tryouts. And I believe she replied to me that there are no tryouts for these baseball teams, inferring everybody can be on this team. During that conversation, I received a text message with a screenshot of a Facebook page offering 850 United tryouts this, I believe that's Saturday's date, June 28th at 10 a.m. at the Preston Complex. So I just feel like that conversation wasn't fully on the level. Obviously, she probably wasn't 100% prepared for it. I definitely wasn't 100% prepared to have that conversation. I didn't really expect that we were going to do that tonight. But at the same time, I just ask that everybody always be honest in everything that we do in this room, whether we're disagreeing, agreeing, whatever. I just think that's of the utmost importance. So I was very disappointed to see that. Anyway, anyone else have anything else they wish to mention tonight? Then we'll make it just before 11 o'clock and we'll adjourn.